A blockbuster trade overnight in the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Giannis Antetokounmpo and Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat for Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Kasparas Yakuchonis, and 3 first-round picks, including number 13 in Tuesday's NBA draft, 1 pick swap, and 1 second-round pick. Yesterday in the World Cup, Argentina beat Austria 2-0. France shut out Iraq 3-0. Norway beat Senegal 3-2. And Algeria beat Jordan 2-1. And today, Portugal plays Uzbekistan at 1. England plays Ghana at 4. Panama plays Croatia at 7. And Colombia plays the Democratic Republic of Congo at 10. The Bills, they'll be holding a ribbon-cutting ceremony at Highmark Stadium this morning. President of Business Operations, Pete Gwelly, will be joining Jeremy and Joe at 8:30. Around the NFL, Jets quarterback Geno Smith reportedly investigated for allegations of assault, and the NHL Draft just a few days away. Coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
You know, first.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe.
What's up?
What's up? How are you?
Good. Doing great. You know, it's clear out.
You're doing great.
It's clear outside. Yeah, you're looking at a closest to the pin champion for the first time in his life over here.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right.
What is the me and Sal, Melissa Holmes, Channel 2, we played, it was for the Motion Project at Brookfield yesterday. I won closest to the pin. How far, here's the question, how far does the ball have to be from the hole before you're considering putting an asterisk on the closest to the pin contest?
Oh, so you mean it was far away and nobody beat it?
I was the first name on the board, and apparently there was never another name, and I had no expectation that it was ever going to hold.
It did. No asterisk. Asterisk is not
no matter
real.
what?
You're the closest. Everybody played the hole that day. Tough hole.
It was a tough hole.
How many yards?
I think it's 16 there. 180.
Okay, yeah, fine.
180?
Fine.
Yeah.
The green is the green.
All right.
If it was 132 and nobody hit the green, then you're all bad golfers, maybe. I mean, I'd miss it too, but like if everybody at a tournament misses a green and it's 180, I feel like 180 is where I want to say you start to get a grace period.
Yeah.
Especially if you're like one of the first names on there, you don't feel bad putting the stick down.
Yeah,
like
that's
okay,
right.
I'm the first guy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it down. Like maybe if you're if you're going for longest drive or something, and you hit one like 240 out there, and you're first, you're like, do I really need to put the market?
Someone named Matt Beauvais did that recently. Where he hit a drive down the middle, and it was
he did.
never going to hold.
Yes, he did. And then
especially being first is big.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was not one of those, though, where you were putting the sign where your ball was. There was a tape measure attached to the sign. You put the sign in the hole, measured to your ball, and then you went back and wrote what the exact measurement was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was your number?
40 feet, 1 inch.
Ooh, that's a big one.
That's
I mean, hey.
40 feet, 1 inch.
I mean, those elements didn't help either yesterday, did
wind
they?
and rain.
No, it was a little misty yesterday, but still a great day.
Number 16. I've played that. You played at Brookfield, right?
Yeah.
Okay, number 16.
I think it was 16.
Thinking about 16 at Brookfield. Okay.
16 or 17.
I can
Pretty
picture
sure it was
Yeah.
16. Might have been 17. Whatever the last par 3 is.
Okay, I think it might be 15.
All right.
But I could be wrong. Whatever. 18 still goes up
It's
the
a little
hill,
tougher
back
when
to
you
the
do a
clubhouse.
scramble.
So
You're-
maybe they rearranged the course since last time I played. It's been
When you're
too-
starting on the 14th hole, it's a little harder to remember which
That's
hole-
also
which
that,
hole
that
is-
can mess you up too.
Which hole is
Hey,
what.
closest to the pin, you got it.
I got it.
First one,
It was the yeah. That's
40 feet.
40 feet.
Listen, they don't ask how; they ask how many.
Sometimes you get to be the Patriots.
In this case, they
and you just
don't-
don't get. You don't have to play anybody.
In this case, they do ask how many because we said how many feet,
Right.
and it was 40.
No, there was a measurement. Everyone knows exactly how much it was. Yeah.
Scrap it from the record.
Yeah, it just says champion. They don't say next.
That's
to it.
right. That's right. I mean, it's like a Leafs championship, you know?
Right.
There's not that
you
many
know, though,
competitors.
with that, there should really be next to every cup how many teams you beat. You were the best of 32.
Right.
You were the best of 30. You were the best of
Right? Was this a
Six.
a 6-team scramble? Because if you won a 6-team scramble, not quite the same.
I think this was probably full field.
All right.
I think felt full.
Well, congratulations. Was there a trophy, not an actual prize too? Money at the pro shop? Something?
No, there was a prize for this. It
All
was
right.
a signed box of Flutie Flakes was the prize. So
Okay,
nice.
not bad.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your closest to the pin.
Thank you. Yeah. So it was a good day, and I'm doing great.
There's closest to the pin. Of course, there's long drive. You ever play in a tournament where it's closest to the line in the fairway? They'll have a
Close to
white,
the
like
line.
a white line going on the center of the fairway.
Okay.
And it'll be closest to the line. Basically, who hits the straightest drive. Distance does not matter.
Okay.
And you measure how far off the line it is. I played in one of those Arrowhead, maybe, number 4. It doesn't matter what hole. But I've definitely played in one that had it closest to the line.
Closest to the line. No,
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Straightest drive. That doesn't feel like one that's a real glamour shot. Like, oh, great.
Yeah.
You hit it in the middle of the fairway. Everyone loves to do that. But
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
fact that you've never even heard of that.
Never even heard of
Okay.
that. There was something at this tournament yesterday that I had never heard of before. Have you ever run into at any tournament anywhere the golf cannon?
No. Golf.
The golf cannon.
Wait a minute.
Golf ball cannon.
Somebody just told me about this. I think my father-in-law just told me about this.
Yeah.
They give you a bazooka, and you
Yes.
shoot the ball to try to make a hole in one with a bazooka instead of your golf club.
Yeah, they have it's tied to an air tank or whatever. It's like it's got a long it's like a tube.
Yeah.
That you put the golf ball in and then you pull the trigger and it's you it's like a certain amount to donate, and if you donate you get to use your shot. Like your shot can be the golf ball cannon.
Okay.
And this thing shoots it like 500 yards. And it's pretty accurate. Like, just aim there. It'll go right. It'll go down the middle.
So you aim for the fairway and just
Aim for the fairway. It's a par 5. Like, it's going to go 500 yards.
Let me guess.
And then you're within 100 yards. Not even.
I've never seen this golf ball cannon, but whoever came up with it had to think of the idea simply being like, if we offer guys the chance to shoot a golf ball out of a bazooka, they're going to pay for this every time.
Well, and that was the other thing is we got to that hole and thought, well, there's no way that everybody else hasn't also used this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a free drive that you'll never hit in your life on a hole where it's a tournament. So
What kind of
it.
sound?
I've got Sal on video taking it.
What kind of sound is this thing putting out?
Like thump. Yeah, like that. Exactly.
Good
You
guess.
nailed it. Yeah, more than like an explosion or anything.
What I'm saying was, even if they didn't let you use the drive, and they were just saying, "Would you like to shoot a golf ball out of a bazooka?"
I would still do it.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would like to do that. I would definitely. I would
Yeah.
like to try that.
It being my drive was a bonus.
Right.
Was definitely a bonus.
Yeah.
So that
All
was
right.
the first. Ran into that.
What a tournament!
There was
Look-
a thing
look at
called
you.
a heckle hole, which
I've
was,
heard of the heckle hole / roast hole.
Yep.
Where there'll be a tent and comedians, and all they do is
Yes.
they roast everybody on the hole.
They roast you while you're on the hole.
So-
they blew an air horn in the back of Sal's backswing, which was funny.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all they're there to do. While you're shooting, too, of course. Like while you're swinging, they're there heckling you.
Yeah.
I learned like new things that are being introduced into golf tournaments.
I've
yesterday.
heard of that before, and I think at our 100 holes, we've chosen a very big personality member at Wanaka to heckle all of us as we do our 100 holes. So we will be heckled. That's a new
Okay.
Like we learned about the heckle hole and that whole concept a little late. And everyone's like, "Oh, let's have Chuck do it."
Yeah.
And he's gonna do that for us. So
Right.
I look forward to that. Well, look at you! What a day!
Heckle,
What a day.
I'm used to it. That's like the YouTube chat while we're doing the
So
show, basically.
it rained, but
The bullpen.
you got it in. It wasn't that bad, right?
It was like misty all day.
Yeah.
It never really rained, but it also was never clear.
Right.
It was the exact same thing the whole day. So
Yeah.
it was fine.
Yeah, I was in the spot when I went to pick up the kids. It was misting. I walked outside, no umbrella. Then went and got the umbrella. I go back outside. Actually, I don't need the umbrella. Like,
All right.
you probably took a quarter zip on and off 10 times, or
I went from, it was too warm to do quarter zip and then rain jacket. So it was basically taking off the quarter zip to put the rain jacket on and then taking the rain jacket off to put the quarter zip on. Yeah, I think I did that 7 times yesterday, back and forth.
all right.
Yeah.
Most interesting thing that happened to me. I called 911 today. Today.
On purpose?
Not emergency. No one's hurt. Yeah. So I'm
Okay.
driving to work and I see what appears to be a water main break.
Oh,
You ever seen one of those?
no.
Sure enough.
Well, I
like-
mean, I've seen them on the news.
on the news, right?
Yeah.
I see a ton of water in the street, and like, man, what could that be? I follow it down more and more, and then sure enough, there it is in the ground, like a volcano bubbling up through someone's yard driveway. Like, oh, that's probably not good. So here,
Yeah, who do you call? Who do you call?
who do you call? I thought, I don't think I call 911. I texted, here's an asset for everybody out there. I texted Brian Mazurowski at WBEN because he works for the news. I'm like, B-Maz, who should I call?
Right.
I
Was his response, not me?
actually, no, he was super
That
helpful.
would've been hilarious.
So, because I went to the Department of Public Works website, he's like, it's 311. Okay, great. I call 311. They don't open till 8. All right, I'm back to nowhere. B-Maz is doing extra work. He asked where it was and sent me the district phone number. I call the district phone number. They say, call 911.
Wow.
Yeah, which, okay, if you're telling me to call 911, I'll call 911. I called 911 and said,
You were given permission to call 911.
yes, I've never had to do that before, luckily enough. And I called 911, said like, hey, this is not, I'm doing the thing where I do a water main break. I was told this is
Told
who
I
to
could call you.
I was told to call you. Oh, yeah, okay, great. And then they get the message out. So
All right.
So look at us. Interesting things happening to us. Great.
911.
Yeah, I'd never done it before.
Called 911?
No.
At all?
No. Not that I can remember.
Not as a kid by accident or
No.
I don't think I ever have either. Not sure.
Well, anyway, good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, Owen Parker here, Joe Cali here. And we're going to talk with Pete Gwelly at 8:30 this morning. Today is the ribbon cutting for the new stadium.
Yes.
So cut a ribbon, walk inside. Some people will walk inside. I'm sure there'll be video. I know the media is going to see some of the areas where that's done. I had a source send me some pictures from areas I've been through but had not yet been completed. So I've seen some interior pictures in the field club and all that. So
Yeah.
today's the day, the ribbon cutting.
Is the third Buffalo going to be in attendance? Do we know?
Ooh, that's a great question.
I had not seen any pictures yesterday of whether or not he'd arrived or not, but that's the last piece of the puzzle. But, yeah, I mean, it's done. All right?
Yeah.
It's not even really like a shock factor anymore that it's done just because we've gotten so much in terms of pictures and visits and whatnot, like as the stadium has kind of grown up here since it was like nothing, the hole in the ground, since it was just the ditch, that there isn't that shock factor to it. But I think the first time for many that have not been there, standing in it for the first time is going to be a life-changing experience for you as a Bills fan.
Yep. I thought about this like to start off today. For those of you that, you got tickets or maybe you didn't get tickets, like what is your main, put it in a word, put it in a phrase. The new stadium, you feel like it's going to be blank. Is anybody really worried it'll take away some specialness to what we had? Because seeing the old Highmark get knocked down, like that's really happening. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if I thought that would happen so quickly.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I
didn't think it would happen.
I thought it was going to be up for a while and start coming down in March of next year. But they got to work, and that thing is slowly coming down. You still have the main big, giant grandstands that are up. But, you're seeing stuff get taken out of there every day. And they've got the Ralph Wilson statue blocked off, which maybe that's going to stay there for a while. Mm-hmm. But What's everybody feeling about it? Today they cut the ribbon. Today there's a ceremony with politicians and executives, and they'll say, it's your stadium, Buffalo Bills, and they start to move in, which I think they probably already have.
I would guess that special feeling that everybody has when they were going into the old stadium is going to be it's going to be the same going into the new stadium.
Yeah.
And that there would even be an extra energy behind it. I mean, I think that's the case, right?
Yeah.
Like, everybody loves the old stadium, but I don't know, like, the tie to the team was always greater than just the building itself. So I think them moving across the street, I think all of that will go with it. And I don't know, like, the way they've gone about building it and designing it, like, just the fact the stadium's going to be louder, right? Like, the sound is going to stay in the building more than the last one did. I feel like
a lot more.
I think they did a good job of creating or maintaining, or even in this case, increasing what the atmosphere will be like. So I think that special feeling that everybody has, I know it's sad that the old stadium is coming down right now. I'm with you. I didn't even know what it would be. Like, would it just be like a demo where, like, you ever see the video of, like, the old Veterans Stadium coming down in Philadelphia? Like, will it look like that? So it's just, taking it apart little by little. I think everybody's going to be jacked up when they go across the street, and it'll be the same. The same but better.
The same but better, the same but different, the same but fresh grass might do a lot for people. Real, honestly, like real grass.
I know.
Watching these FIFA games, these World Cup games played on grass, these stadiums, these American stadiums that have turf all the time,
Yeah.
they look great.
Yeah, they look awesome.
Last night, Norway is at MetLife Stadium, just awash in grass.
Yeah.
And, I don't know if it's the grass that allows you to see the rest of the stadium a little bit more than just looking at end zones with painted names on them, but, it's all, my feeling is it's going to be transformative. And, will it be at times early in the going, difficult to get tickets and expensive? We haven't checked the get-in price for game one yet. Should we do that?
Ooh, yeah.
Because you remember maybe a month ago, Adam Schefter reported like the get-in price is $660, which, of course, on the secondary market, yes. Today, the get-in price for the Lions game is $620. That's the cheapest ticket to that game. So that won't be the case, I don't think, for every season opener. I bet in 2 years that's down to $250 or whatever, or $300 for the cheapest seat in the upper deck. But it'll be a hot ticket. I mean, it's a hot ticket in the preseason, August 15th. Cheapest ticket to a preseason game is $124.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, it's just to get in. And when we talk today with Pete Gwelly of the Buffalo Bills and Sabres, we'll kind of ask, because the Bills have talked about the idea, or I think they're talking about the idea of getting people in there. Hey, come see our new place, and how that works with, I don't know if they'll set up tours or anything like that to see not only the field, but will they take people through the locker room? There was I'm trying to think the last time there's buzz like this. The Sabres did their locker room, and that was buzz, but that's not exactly the kind of thing that we identify with. It's not going to be my locker room, right?
Right.
And the stadium is going to be our place. And whether it's the art installations or anything, the bars, the 100-yard, the charge bar, all that stuff. It's going to be, my word is transformative. The whole thing is going to completely transform our viewing experience, because it's going to be a different life. It's going to feel like a dome with weather, because the concourses will be more enclosed / heated in a lot of places, and you'll just have you'll have shelter. How about that?
Right.
A stadium with shelter.
Yeah, like where our seats are, like, there will be games where we're completely dry and, like, don't even have our jackets off, and we might look down and there's mud in the field.
Yeah.
If we get a muddy field. Is the grass technology that they introduced so strong that they're not going to have to worry about that? I feel like at some point the weather might be bad enough, but yeah, if you are, I mean, that's another huge difference. It's just, how warm is it in there? Oh, it's 40 degrees outside. What's my experience going to be like in the stadium? Like, it's just going to be so different in so many ways for everybody, but all of that's going to be, like, good different. So, yeah, I think today's a huge day, and everybody should be fired up for it. And what are we, a month and a half away from the first time everybody's in there? It's the first week of August, right? The blue and the red.
August 15th is the game, and there's blue and red before that.
Yeah.
So the ribbon cutting ceremony is today. Brayton Wilson will be down there. We'll talk with him. We're going to check in with him. He's covering for WBEN. We'll also, shoot him a phone call, how things are going. Maybe get some eyes on the Giant Buffalo. See if we get number 2
that,
Number 2 is still not in place, right? It's just nearby. It's not been put in place
right off
yet.
the platform, I think.
All right, we'll get on the platform. Let's go.
Yeah.
So that'll be coming up today. So Brayton Wilson in the 7 o'clock hour. Pete Gwelly coming up at 8:30. Your calls along the way. Sabres juicy rumors if we get any. A big trade in the NBA. Giannis got traded. Fine. I'm just glad it's not Boston.
Did you see why he likely did not get traded to Boston?
I didn't, but make me feel good.
It's because of the Myles Garrett trade, it sounds like. The Milwaukee Bucks owner is Jimmy Haslam, who is also the owner of the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
And it was reported by Kevin O'Connor from, where's Kevin O'Connor? The Ringer? No, sorry, Yahoo. He reported last night, sources say Jimmy Haslam was the driving force in taking the Heat deal over Boston's offer. He did not. Jaylen Brown, one of the Celtic stars, was going to be going back in the Boston trade, in the trade with them. Haslam did not want to risk Jaylen Brown wanting out of Milwaukee in a year after dealing with Giannis and the Myles Garrett trade situation.
Wow. All right. Good.
So,
well, I'm just glad it's not Boston.
That's why he's going to Miami.
Okay. Good for the Heat.
Giannis has made it. He has been on a year-long campaign to tell Milwaukee, I don't want to leave Milwaukee. I don't want to leave Milwaukee. I'm only doing this because the team stinks. So, he's a nice guy.
Does that ever work?
No, but it doesn't
He
work. Went so over the top for so long with it because he's wanted to trade for a while. He's gone so over the top with how much he loves Milwaukee and is so emotional leaving that he might get away with it.
Yeah.
We'll see. I feel like he doesn't get booed when he goes back. He also won a championship, which I think helps.
He did win a championship.
If he didn't win a championship and he wanted out, little different, I think. If you won the title and now the team's bad and you're 31 and okay, you clearly don't want to leave the city, but you kind of feel like you have to. I feel like he might be the first star athlete I've ever seen to really do the sales pitch to his fans for a long time of, I don't really want to do this, I have to do this, and they actually understand it.
I just wonder how effective that actually is.
Right, I guess I don't know. Maybe he gets
is that just straight out of the book now? Just say it's not about the area, you love it here. That's Bo Byram's doing that. It's not about the team.
Yeah,
well, in that case, it's not even about the team. Not about the area. And he's probably going to go. Is I don't know. Is Brady Tkachuk a bad example? Brady Tkachuk is getting shredded because he's shredded for leaving.
Yeah.
I listened on Carlo Koliakovo, former Sabre up in Toronto, great guy, buddy of ours. He was making the case he thought the Brady Tkachuk thing was different. It's his brother plays there. It's not the same as every other player. He gets to play with his brother. That's a little different. And is that true? It's definitely true that his brother's involved, but is it any different than Dylan Larkin, whose chosen destination is reportedly Dallas? Larkin wants to go to Dallas. Mm-hmm. I mean, if Larkin had a brother and it was Dallas, would we say, well, he's got a brother? I don't know. I don't know if Brady Tkachuk is any different that way, but anyway. Looking for some Sabres rumors today, looking for something today. We'll try to find them. We'll dig them up.
There'll be some, I feel like we're getting rumors every single day. I mean, this is from a couple of days ago, but there are a couple of accounts that'll find the rumors on all the radio shows, and Matthew Nye's chatter continues in Toronto, figuring that Drager's talking about it. That is just figuring out whether Toronto is actually serious about wanting to move him or not. And everybody's I don't think they're really serious. But I don't know. If you're talking to team after team after team about a guy, I don't think you're unserious about it.
Yeah.
Right? It's kind of like the Tkachuk thing. You could tell me till you're blue in the face, this guy's never getting traded. The Blues with Robert Thomas right now, this guy's never getting traded. All right, well, if you're talking to teams about him, you clearly are open to it.
That's also Matthew Nyes right now?
That's what I mean about Nyes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw the latest that GMs don't think that Chayka is actually going to trade him.
Right.
All right, whatever. You got to love rumor season where the rumor is actually they're not going to make a move. Okay, great. Mm-hmm. Let's just not even report those ones. Those are not fun. We don't like those ones. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. The soccer yesterday was great.
Messy.
Great. Holland, great. Mbappe, great. I've read soccer takes this morning that have me hot. Just mad.
Ooh, okay.
Just mad online about.
Is it the GOAT debate?
No.
There really isn't one anymore.
It's
just
the
messy,
typical. Excuse me. It's the typical. American decides he needs to change soccer. Here's what you should actually do with the sport.
Okay.
Guys, I've been thinking about this.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this, and what if I feel like it'd be better without offside? Like, just stop, go away, stop watching.
Is this like a big sports personality that's throwing this out there?
A couple. Cowherd, of
I
course.
saw Cowherd.
Cowherd
Yeah.
said that Americans think that if all our guys played, we just have a team of Erling Haalands.
All right.
Well, yeah, probably. We'd probably have a whole team of them. There's literally one on Earth. We would have 11. It just makes me so. It's so stupid every year. Every 4 years, especially the World Cup. You know what they should do? They should make the goals 3 times bigger. Okay. Okay. You know what they should do in football? They should have the ball be square. I think that'd be more interesting. These people. Go away. Anyway.
Stop trying to change your sport.
It's like the most popular sport on the world. Here's a person that doesn't watch it that thinks, you know what they should do? Anyway. Yeah, it got me hot this morning, but I'm not going to let it bother me too much. Maybe a little bit, though. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. Ribbon cutting at the stadium. Big day marking the completion to a degree. We'll talk about it with Brayton Wilson, who'll be on scene, and Pete Gwelly as well at 8:30 on the moments from here. And also maybe get Pete on the draft, which is in 3 days in Buffalo. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
A blockbuster trade overnight in the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Giannis Antetokounmpo and Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat for Tyler Hero, Kalel Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Kasparis Yakuchonis as well. 3 first-round picks, including number 13 in Tuesday's NBA draft, and 1 pick swap and 1 second-round pick. Yesterday in the World Cup, Argentina beat Austria 2-0. France shut out Iraq 3-0. Norway beat Senegal 3-2. And Algeria beat Jordan 2-1. And today, Portugal, they play Uzbekistan at 1. England plays Ghana at 4. Panama plays Croatia at 7. And Colombia plays the Democratic Republic of Congo at 10. The Bills, they'll be holding a ribbon-cutting ceremony at Highmark Stadium this morning at 10. President of Business Operations Pete Gwelly will be joining Jeremy and Joe at 8:30. Around the NFL, Jets quarterback Geno Smith was reportedly investigated for allegations of assault. In the NHL draft, just a few days away. Coverage of the NHL draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel, Carr, and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I have a couple suggestions. Make the nets about 100 times bigger. All right? Have power plays, have different things. I don't think once you get the ball past midcourt or that center line, you can go backwards. You throw them out when you're going backward. You go forward and you kick it all the way backwards. It's like backcourt, half-court violation. Maybe you get 1 full tackle per half where you don't have to, you can just tackle the guy. A couple things to make the viewing experience a little better.
Dave Portnoy on his soccer changes. Joe's trying to get me upset.
It's a good first effort.
Right. It is. We did have a goal, the France goal, right? One of the France goals was the team played out of the back and had a big turnover.
Yeah, Iraq put it like the defender took the goal kick and tried to pass it then to the keeper who was not expecting it.
Yeah.
And then Mbappe put it
It does.
in.
It kind of drives it home. It's one of those things where, and this is something that I appreciate a lot about soccer, which is something that does not happen a lot is always right there to happen. It just doesn't because they're so good, right?
Right.
Why does a small turnover in your own end, like bang, that guy puts it right past the goalie in the net? It's like, well, every one of those passes has to be where it has to be, and if it isn't, it's gonna be in your net. And I know that these 3 passes don't look all that impressive, but maintaining possession, you got to do it. And if you don't, you're in big trouble. And sometimes the whole game will switch on one of those plays.
Right.
Mbappe scored twice. Erling Haaland. Listen, there was a moment during this tournament where Norway was maybe tracking to finish 3rd in their group. And if they finished 3rd in their group, they were on the U.S. radar in the first round or the second round. And that is past. That won't happen. And that's good because you're a Liverpool fan. Mm-hmm. I'm an Arsenal fan. Owen likes Manchester United. Joe Cali, who you pick again? Did you go for Tottenham?
Yeah, that's where we're looking. Yeah,
everybody scores on you guys. But watching Erling Haaland, who plays for Norway, who's one of the best players in the world and a physical freak, watching him play and not feeling like it's going to personally crush your own dreams is great.
Right. Him not torturing my life for the last 5 years.
You watch him play. Yeah. Honestly, I thought about a comparison for Haaland, and the style and the games are not the same, but it's like watching McDavid. Because when you're watching the Sabres, when McDavid gets the puck, you're immediately like, oh, God. And that is...
Yeah, you hold your breath.
Right. And Haaland, he starts to run. Oh no. The ball goes in the final third at all. And you just watch him like, here it comes. He is unbelievable to watch. He's incredible. And it's enough to make me, I hate this guy. I know. Yeah.
He's
He's a bully in the Premier League. He's incredible. There's no doubt. But I hate him.
And he talks and he's arrogant.
Yes.
And
in the last
he's
week,
got the blonde hair and everything.
I'm
this guy,
watching them do their
worst.
Viking celebrations. I'm thinking, like, maybe I want Norway to win the whole thing. Maybe I do. It would be great. I mean, Odegaard's there. He's one of my favorite players. But Holland is a freak of nature. And I saw so many people tweeting about him. Brett Coleman, Underdog Fantasy Football, and the Bootleg Football Podcast referred to him as a Yeti. Like, look at this guy. Look at him accelerate. The NFL community cannot resist making him into a tight end.
You
just can't do it.
Well, because he is big and
He's
he
huge.
is so fast.
He's George Kittle. You can't resist making him a tight end. You can't cover the NFL and watch this event and not make it about the NFL, or they'll kick you out of the league. You have to make this about football at all costs. That is one of the requirements of covering football. Andrew Siciliano, I saw yesterday, Browns play-by-play guy. Great guy. Like, Erling Haaland would be a great tight end. Of course. He's incredible.
Yeah, he's incredible. He's the only, like, power star like that of these guys right now, right? Because Mbappe is more speed and, I mean, he's finishing and everything, and Messi is just Messi, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, Haaland is certainly finishing, too. He's 6'5".
He is, but it's like in a power way. Like, he is just so big and massive, and when he shoots it, it feels like the ball is always moving. It feels like those guys are, they have like the artistry shots where like they're really curving in and like they're coming in these angles. It feels like when Haaland shoots it, there is a flame coming off the ball. It's just going as straight as possible at 100 miles an hour.
He's like 25.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's not very old.
Messi's got the record for World Cup goals. Mbappe will pass him.
Yeah.
Will Haaland pass him? I mean, Mbappe is young too, but
Messi, I bet, got started a little bit earlier than him, like where he scored twice yesterday, right? Haaland did?
Yeah.
And did he score twice in the first game?
He did.
So he's at 4?
Mbappe is 27. Haaland is 25. Like, Haaland, in his career, is going to score a mess of World Cup goals. Is he going to score 2 in their next game?
Mbappe's only 27.
Yeah.
He's 2 years older, and he's got 12 more right now.
Well, I mean,
he's
France,
he's going to be tough to
I feel like
track down.
France has been in the World Cup. Maybe Norway wasn't there last time around. Maybe not. I should double check.
No, I think that is correct.
So,
Norway hasn't been there since the 90s.
Your team has to get there for you to score the goals. Had Haaland been at the World Cup 4 years ago, would he have 6 goals? He might.
And he honestly could have been there at like 17.
Right.
For how good he was.
Yeah.
Because that was Mbappe, I think. Mbappe, I think, played in the World Cup in 2018.
Right. And
maybe.
That's Yamal, too. Like,
as a 19-year-old?
He scored, he was 15 or 16, Yamal?
He was 16,
okay.
I think.
Spain had to be in the World Cup for you to score at age 16. If you're, if you could play for Norway, you're not there.
Yeah.
Anyway, France and Norway coming up in a big one. That'll be the final game in that group to determine who wins the group.
Yeah. Today, the best game is probably England and Ghana.
That's a great game.
Yeah, it's very good. That one's at 4.
Yeah.
Panama, Croatia, not bad too, but England, Ghana is definitely the best game.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Quick thing on the Giannis trade. I want to read Nick Sabato of the Lockport Union Sun and Journal, Niagara Gazette as well. Mm-hmm. Kind of connected Giannis to Josh Allen in a thought about what the Bucks did. I just want to read it to you and get your thoughts on this. Mm-hmm. He wrote, the Giannis saga is why the Bills won't go all in for one title for Josh. Sure, the Bucks won in 2021, but then a series of cap-crippling moves made it impossible to wiggle around the injuries and an aging roster. One series win in 5 years, and that generational talent is gone.
I don't see any lessons that you really should take from the Bucks to what the Bills shouldn't. I mean, they won the championship before they made a lot of their cap-crippling moves, and even if they had gone all out, sold out to trade away all the future stuff and got old, and then you won the championship, wouldn't you still be happy with that? Wouldn't everybody say they would be happy with that?
Yeah, it's almost impossible.
You get the title.
It's almost impossible to find any scenario where you win the Super Bowl and then, like, the devil comes up and makes a deal. He says, all right, you're going to win a Super Bowl. And you're just like, done.
Right. Like,
don't you want to hear the other part of it? Like, in this scenario, then you'll only win one playoff game in the next 5 years and your generational talent will leave. If he leaves at age 30, if I said to you, The Bills win the Super Bowl this year, and Josh is gone in 2 years. Would you take it? Like, who feels
You have to.
Who feels confident enough to ever say no? Now, I think there's a case if you think, I'm going to say no, because if I get the next 7 years of Josh, maybe I get 2 of them. Maybe I get 3. I know it sounds greedy and ridiculous, but like any scenario that is they won it, but I don't know that anybody is able to turn that down.
Maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago, you could have said that.
When he's like 20, 25.
But he's 30 now.
Yeah.
You got to say yes to that path, the way that plays out. I think. Yeah, like I don't know. I think you're probably right that there is almost nothing you could tell me after they win the Super Bowl. What's the consequence of winning that Super Bowl? Like, who cares? Do it. It's not like you're even a franchise or an organization where you've won a million times before. The fact that you've never won, not just that Josh hasn't won, but that the Bills haven't won, that the Sabres haven't won, you can't say no to the way that played out. And again, like the Bucks, the reason that it happened and they got old and they traded all their stuff for Damian Lillard, then he tore his Achilles. And then that's it. So, like, yeah, that happens, right? Like, that's the Von Miller signing. And you can look back at the Von Miller signing and say, like, oh, was that a mistake? I pushed in, and the guy was an amazing player, but he was a little bit older, and then he got hurt. Am I supposed to really view that as a big, giant mistake? Like, I feel like when I look at a move like that, I think, no, you were making a calculated risk. Yeah. Everybody knows the guy can get hurt, but you're getting an elite player, and if he gets hurt, I feel like there's just an unluckiness to it. You're not acquiring a player that has a long injury history before. I mean, that was Lillard in Milwaukee. That was Vaughn here in Buffalo. Like, that can just happen. And I guess it will make you look bad at the end of it, but what are you really supposed to do? You're trying to win. And the Rams will go do it, and these other teams in basketball will go do it, and it will work, and they'll win championships. So if it doesn't, your guy probably got hurt. I feel like there's really I don't look at the Bucks and think there's like a lesson to be learned that like sports organizations that have a superstar should go do the opposite of what they did.
Right.
I think you should feel fine doing what they did. They went out and, hey, Damian Lillard's available for trade. Well, let's trade all the stuff to get him. Like that's how sports work. You have a star and you can get another one. Go do it. Go try to win. And okay, it didn't work.
Right. Only one team can win.
But a lot of teams it does work.
Brian and Tonawanda before the break. Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir. Quick question for you. For the novice guys like myself who watch the World Cup, how fast would you say the players are compared to other athletes and something we could understand? Like, would you say maybe they run like 4.640s, 4.740s? How fast would you rate their fastest players, sir?
All right. Good question.
So I just doing a quick search.
Yeah, I go ahead.
Same thing.
What do you got?
Holland, has ran. They've clocked him at 22.8 miles per hour before.
Okay, and Tyreek Hill is the fastest ball carrier in NFL history at 23.2.
All right.
So Holland's 22.8, and Hill's 23.2.
Correct.
Now with pads on, right?
Right.
With pads on, Mostert gets to 23. Jonathan Taylor 22.
He'd be one of the faster players in the National Football League.
Yeah.
Running full speed, like straight ahead.
With the ball at his feet, too? Like, let's consider that for a second.
I'm going to guess that the 22.8 wasn't with the ball, but
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. I'll find.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're fast.
Yeah, he is very, very fast. Yeah, here we go. ESPN. This is ESPN doing their World Cup like comparison. Oh, this was from a couple years ago, actually.
Okay, good.
Holland, if you did the 40-yard dash equivalent, ESPN's an article from 2 years ago says he'd run like a 4.5.
Okay. At 235 pounds, 6'5".
So he'd be a 4.5. I guess again, like his size is more equivalent to a tight end than a receiver.
And didn't Larry Fitzgerald run a 4.6?
Can Holland play receiver? The people are asking. Yeah, Larry Fitzgerald.
Hit that horn, baby. You want me to like him even more?
Holland,
get him on this team.
He's tall.
I can't do it. I can't sit here and complain that everybody makes all these games about
And then
actual
do it
football
yourself.
and then do it myself. It is a absolute pet peeve of mine. Just relentless. Oh, okay. I guess all the tall people would just be good at basketball too, right? Oh, that's not how it works? Interesting. 803-0550 is our phone number. Mbappe's first goal was an absolute rocket.
Oh, yeah.
We were watching
100
that.
miles an hour.
When you get kids, you learn what kind of gets them in on things.
Yeah.
Like, I got them into Rory McIlroy. Their sister's name is Rory. So, like, hey, look, there's someone on the screen named Rory. Now they love Rory McIlroy. And yesterday, watching France and Iraq, they have a friend named Killian. So I was like, hey, look, this is Kylian Mbappe. Kylian? Yeah. And bang, sit down and watch Mbappe score a couple of goals. Good stuff. You gotta hook them with the right thing. Sometimes it's just their friend has the same name. 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Back here on WGR, Jeremy and Joe. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a change in your heating and cooling bills? If so, give Belknap a ring. Our video stream, brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. If your ducts need some help there, if you want to get 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. We'll see if England has better uniforms today. If they're wearing the white ones, they're bad.
The numbers are probably going to be the same, though, aren't
How
they?
about Norway's? You see Norway's numbers? The numbers and the font?
I love the numbers and I love the font. I don't know if I loved all black for them. But the numbers and the font are awesome.
What if they just told
I
you
like the
that,
red ones better.
A Viking chose the colors?
Well, then I'd have to respect it. I'd have to respect it.
We went to Thor told us to go with the all black. Today, England and Ghana, which should be a good game, and some others as well. The stadium ribbon cutting ceremony is today. Brayton Wilson will be joining us 7:15 to chat about that.
I wondered, is there any chance that during the ceremony today, like there'll be things around, right? Like there'll be a stage, maybe there'll be a podium at least, right?
Yeah.
There'll be Bills logos around. Could we see the new
jersey,
the new helmet, maybe like sitting on a table? Is what I'm wondering.
That's a great question.
Or would that not be how do you think they'd want to unveil it?
This is one of those events where they can put a helmet that's not actually a real helmet on the stage.
That happened.
Yes, to troll everyone, had the skyline behind it or whatever. Yeah, just have the state bring a helmet that's not real, and everyone will freak out about it.
Is that what happened? I remember a blue helmet.
It was a blue helmet. It had a skyline and a logo. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was at maybe the ceremony for like the start of construction.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So we'll get you the latest on that. When we get back, I want to run by, I know it's an idea that you like, and I think my emotional side starting to buy into a Sabres idea. I don't want to go like full congressional testimony on this being the best idea, but I'm starting to feel the emotional pull on one big trade. Get to that next here on WGR.
A blockbuster trade overnight in the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Giannis Antetokounmpo and Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat for Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., and Kasparis Yakochonis. 3 first-round picks, including number 13 in Tuesday's NBA draft, and 1 pick swap, along with a second-round pick as well. Yesterday in the World Cup, Argentina beat Austria 2-0. France shut out Iraq 3-0. Norway beat Senegal 3-2. And Algeria beat Jordan 2-1. Today, Portugal plays Uzbekistan at 1. England plays Ghana at 4. Panama plays Croatia at 7. And Colombia plays the Democratic Republic of Congo at 10. The Bills, they'll be holding a ribbon-cutting ceremony at Highmark Stadium this morning. President of Business Operations, Pete Gwelly, will be joining Jeremy and Joe coming up at 8:30. Looking around the NFL, Jets quarterback Geno Smith reportedly investigated for allegations of assault. The NHL Draft just a few days away. Coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. And by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I definitely have my eye on Detroit and Buffalo as well. Red Wings haven't been able to get it right. Connor Hellebuck is a Michigan kid. To go back to Michigan would be a heck of a story, particularly in light of what's going on with Dylan Larkin, another Michigan kid on his way out. And the Sabres, a team that is obviously close. They're in the conversation now. They're in the circle. That's the big thing that Jarmo Kekalainen has to solve for this summer is fixing their goaltending once and for all. We shouldn't be flip-flopping back and forth multiple times in a series to try and get it right.
Frank Saravelli on his show, Daily Face-Off for Frankly Hockey. I kind of agree with half of it and don't agree with the other half of it, but we'll talk about it. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the World Cup. Giannis got traded, big, huge trade there. No overnight NHL trades to speak of, but, some rumors still flying. We'll talk with Brayton Wilson, who's down covering the ribbon cutting at the stadium coming up at 7:15, and Pete Gwelly joins us at 8:30 to talk about the stadium as well. So we've got that going on. Meanwhile, Sabres offseason continues, and the draft is in 3 days here in Buffalo. The 11-day power play rolls along. You guys play tonight?
Tonight at 6.
All right, 6 o'clock.
Harbor Center. You can still donate. Go to 11daypowerplay.com, and you can search on player pages either my name or Owen, and you can donate there.
Very good. Owen, have you chosen the fancy hat or suit? Like, what's the fit?
I'm thinking I've got an old school sort of newspaper cap that's got some real crazy pattern on it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I might rock that tonight.
All right.
I'm not sure if I'm going to go full suit or not. I don't know if it really requires that. Maybe just I don't know. We're gonna play it by ear and figure out what exactly I'm going to do tonight. But
can you tell us who's starting in goal tonight?
I can tell you that
you're not supposed to.
I can tell you that one of our two goaltenders will be in the net tonight.
Line combinations. Who's
you're gonna have to wait for warm up for that one.
We don't number our lines.
No numbered on our lines. We got all 6D. I'm comfortable with playing 20+ minutes.
Yeah, a lot of belief in that room.
Oh yeah, nothing but belief in that room. Nothing but belief.
Do you get competitive? Do you want to win your shift, or does it only last for it's a 3-hour shift, right? Does that last for the first hour and a half, and then you're like, whatever?
Yeah, that was my experience.
If we don't win, we don't win. It doesn't actually matter. But early on, you probably think you want to win it.
Yeah, I remember last year when I played. It was the first time I really put the gear back on since I finished up. And there was an hour and a half where I was like, whoo, the juices are back. Here I am. I am really loving this. And then I was like, oh, yeah, this is the part I didn't love maybe. I'm tired now. Mm-hmm. This doesn't, I don't have the sort of drive maybe that I maybe used to have.
And in goal, you're not exactly getting mad at guys for not back checking.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. There's also that where I'm like,
there's not a lot of back checking.
Yeah, nobody's really trying, so I'm gonna just kind of flow through the rest of this.
A little bit, and if the game is close late, You know, that we had a couple of games over the years where like it was a 1-goal game, and as the clock's running down, it got a little bit competitive.
Yeah, you know, I think that actually maybe that happened last year where it was like maybe, whatever the score was, but it was like within 3 or 4 with like 45 minutes to go, and I was like, all right, let me put hunker down here. I'm gonna see if I can't get us there.
Yeah,
and that
might have. There was a game where our WGR team, I scored a goal to tie in the final minutes, and it was me, John Simon, Howard Son, and Ryan Gates all celebrating like we were in the NHL playoffs.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
So it can get there. It can get there.
Well, tonight you guys are playing 6 o'clock at Harbor Center. If you're listening and you know who you're playing against?
We are playing against the
Western New York, the Media All-Star team.
Jim Finken.
Fink will be there.
There's an agent in the building.
There is, yes.
All right.
All right.
Send a message. Get down there and trash
We
his
should do like a
cubicle.
UFC face-off thing.
Like
with him.
Jordan Stahl and Brady Kachuk off the opening face-off.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll start screaming at whoever's on the other bench, like Lindy was yelling at I forget who Randy Carlo. I don't remember who it was that he was yelling at, but whatever.
That Lindy was yelling at?
Yeah, years and years and years
The brawl
ago.
game?
Yeah, the brawl game.
Oh, Brian Murray.
It was Murray, yes.
Brian
thank
Murray.
you.
Yep. Yeah. 803-0550, our number. All right, I put up a Twitter poll about what Frank Saravelli said there, Connor Hellebuck. And it's a very simple poll. You can kind of get where you want. It just says Hellebuck for the Sabres, and your 4 options are yes, of course, yes, but maybe no, no, but maybe yes, and definitely no. This is how much do you want it, or are you open to it? Are you trending that way? And I want to thank Rob, who tweeted in the perfect response. Rob wrote, I don't like the idea of giving up a package for a 33-year-old goalie coming off his worst season in a while. That being said, I'd totally buy a Hellebuck jersey day one.
Yep.
Which is exactly how I feel about it. I'll cop to, yesterday we had a quick conversation about like being emotional in this offseason, and the Brady Kachuk deal happens, and I'm thinking, how are you going to compete with Florida if they're going to have this borderline super team? Mm-hmm. Where am I going to see the Sabres get better? And Hellebuck is a gamble to some degree. He is, of course, elite, has been, wasn't last year. But if I'm trying to figure out a way the Sabres become a Stanley Cup champion, I want to be elite at things, right? Mm-hmm. Elite at something. Elite forwards, elite defensemen. We think their defense is already pretty much elite. The top 4 is very, very good. But Byram's going to leave. Takes a hit there. Where am I going to be elite? And I don't know that I'm going to be elite in goal with Lukin in the line. Maybe I'll be very good again. Mm-hmm. I don't necessarily agree with what Frank Saravelli said there, that Jarmo's got to figure this out once and for all. You don't want to bubble. I don't think it gets to that. Mm-hmm. I do, however, think, Joe, like you've liked the Hellebuck idea pretty much from the start.
Yep.
And my emotional side, I think I'm in the yes, but maybe no. You could tell me why it's a risk. You'd tell me why it's bad. I don't know what the price would be. Florida reportedly, Winnipeg wanted Anton Lundell.
Yep.
Who is a great 24-year-old. Like, no, you're not getting him. Who's the equivalent of that for the Sabres? They want
a second-line center, which is what Lundell would have been.
So they want Ostlund. They want Helenius. They want Yuri Kulik.
I mean, maybe
I don't know if it's Norris.
McLeod.
Okay. There are some answers here that, for me, they would work. And if you tell me that it's a risk and he had a terrible year, I know. I've been looking at that. I looked at the quality starts. I looked at the goals saved above expected. Age curve for goalie is different. Here's Bobrovsky, who's, how old is Bobrovsky? 38?
38.
And the report today is the Panthers are trying to re-sign him.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to a goalie at 38. I can't go to one at 33?
Because I think what they're evaluating is what you could do with Hellebuck, which is they're looking at the season Bobrovsky just had and said, yeah, he was terrible. He had nobody in front of him. And we're going to bet on that is why. And Winnipeg got really bad last year in terms of giving up chances and just the overall team in front of them versus the President's Trophy team the season prior. And you could make the same bet, which is, okay, yeah, his numbers were down. And we're going to bet that was because of the team in front of him. And numbers were down, which, by the way, last year, according to Evolving Hockey, he saved 25.9 goals saved above expected. Since they've been charting since 2007, the Sabres have never had a goalie have that season. That was Hellebuck last year, and he was 25.9 above expected. And per 60, because he played a lot of games, he was middle of the league. 30th out of 62 qualifying goalies.
Yeah.
So he's a middle-of-the-road goalie last year. Like, that's what we're talking about when we say Hellebuck having a down year.
Is middle.
He wasn't the Hart Trophy winner, was him having a down year. He was a middle goalie. So I would want to make the bet that he is still, and he had a knee injury, by the way, last year, too, that he had to have something on, I think, at the end of the year. I would still want to make the bet that he's the best goalie in the world, or that he's one of the 2-3 best goalies in the world.
Could I get top 6 and be satisfied?
Sure. I'm good with that, too. Like, you would forever answer that question.
Sabres got knocked out of a series by Dobesh, who was,
I know.
Again, part of like goalie voodoo, but whatever. He's supposed to be good.
And I know that we're coming off a year where Scott Wedgwood made it deep into the playoffs, and you've seen Aiden Hill win the Cup.
And
like,
Brandon Bussey.
You can do it multiple ways. Like, we've talked about this with other things. I think you could say this about goalie as well. Yes, you can have an elite team and have a hot goalie that isn't considered one of the best in the world, like a Dobish or Carter Hart or of the Carolina guys, right? They switched. I don't fully agree with Saravelli there.
Yeah,
like
I don't either.
You can't switch goalies in a series and still win. Carolina just did it in the final. They switched from Anderson to Bussey. I do think you can win that way. I also think you can win the way of, let me have one of the best goalies in the world.
Right.
We just watched
Florida and Tampa did that for half a decade.
Vasilevsky and Bobrovsky just won 5 Stanley Cups between the two of them. You can do it both ways.
Yep.
And if I'm looking at ways to improve my team this summer, I've got a great forward group with young guys coming up. I've got a great top 3. I might not have a great top 4 anymore, but I got a great top 3. And I've got goalies that I feel like I can't trust. So where can I improve the team? That's a spot. That's an improvement. That's an upgrade. I know Luukkonen's a decent goalie, and Lyon had a great season. But you're going to sit here and tell me that Hellebuck's not a way better goalie than those two at his best? He's absolutely a way better goalie at his best. And I think the Sabres are in a prime position to say that at any position, we're willing to just acquire the best player we can get our hands on. And this guy, Owen told us last week, right? Like, he likes hunting and fishing. Yeah. Does he want to come here? If he would be willing to come here, and the Sabres said no because they're against paying a 33-year-old goalie, I feel like that would be a mistake if they were doing out of some philosophy of how they're supposed to do goaltending. He's great. And it would, as you said, like, it would be, imagine opening night when they're introducing Connor Hellebuck.
It'd be juicy.
The feeling of what they would be. That would go through the group, too, the players.
It's a franchise that, of course, has been identified for a long time by having, well, there are 2 eras, right? There's the Hasek era and then the Miller era, where your best player is a goalie. And arguably for the Miller era, he's their best player. But I think, he won a Vezina. So we've tried that on before, and it feels right, fits right. If they could get the best goalie in the league, or one of the best goalies in the league, it's tough because you'd like to know the price. And
that's where I'm a little bit maybe too optimistic is...
You don't think the price is big?
It doesn't seem like it's a crazy price, right? Like, Dreger yesterday's talking again about him, and that it's a second line... Maybe they want a second line center and a second line winger. Or last week it was that they want a second line center and maybe a defenseman. Like, it sounds like they definitely want a second line center, and then they probably want something else of value. But if those are the things that they want, I don't know if I could do defenseman, but I've got depth up front. Like, I feel like the Sabres are in a position to make that sort of offer to Winnipeg as much as anybody is in the league. They've got 9-10 centers, if you include Krebs and guys that you need a contract. And I'm not saying Krebs would be the guy you would send back to them. Maybe you would. Maybe you would want to do like McLeod. It sounds crazy to say like McLeod and Krebs would be enough. But whatever. Ostlund, maybe Helenius. Like, there would be a line in the sand, and for many, maybe Helenius would be the line in the sand. Like, I'm not trading him for Hellebuck. But I'd go pretty far to say they should try to get the best goalie or a Hart Trophy level goalie if they can get him. And he's available. And the team that we thought would get him is maybe out of the running because they just did something else.
Yeah. Florida was a favorite. Now it's Detroit and Buffalo. If you're him, Detroit is close to home. I mean, Detroit's his hometown team, basically.
Right.
And Buffalo is more competitive right now.
But if
you're Detroit, that's a team that might try to turn Dylan Larkin into something and compete. And really, how much different would the Sabres and the Red Wings be in the eyes of that player? You'd look at the Red Wings and say, they have some good players. They've been on the edge. It's my hometown team. I could live in Michigan. I could live right close to home.
You got to know if Larkin's staying, though.
You do. But if
Larkin is committed to leaving, he's not going to want to go there. But The Red Wings might even view him as, why don't we try to get a deal in place for Hellebuck and take that to Dylan Larkin and say, will you stay if we get Connor Hellebuck?
Right.
So I guess that could happen, but I think they should view the Sabres as ahead of Detroit. The Red Wings haven't made the playoffs in a decade, and now the Sabres have made it to round 2.
Right.
And almost to the conference finals. Like, I think he should look at it. He also could look at the Sabres and think that, he might not know every inner working of the team. He might have just watched the playoffs and thought, that's a great team. Oh, that goal that Luukkonen let in from center ice, and look how much they rotated back and forth. Like he might feel like
it's his net immediately.
I'm their missing piece, and if I'm as good as I was 2 years ago, and everything else stays the same there, then we're a cup contender. Yeah. Why wouldn't we be?
The hunting and fishing. It's funny you say that. Like maybe that is working in their favor. I mean, I guess you can do that anywhere, but
not everybody's going to be like that.
That's right.
So, like, you might need a special type of guy to be, like Mario Williams, to be, like, really into the idea of Buffalo and the type of, place that it is without knowing and not living here already. And I don't know, like, just even that one time I heard it when Owen said it, I'm like, all right, maybe. Give me a guy like that, and I feel like I've got a greater chance of pulling somebody into the boat that doesn't just want to go live in Florida at the beach.
Quickly, before we get to Brayton Wilson, Connor Hellebuck's cap hit is 8.5 for the next 5 years, so he's locked in through 2031. And Owen, James just wrote in, I need Owen to have a conversation about Hellebuck's fit with how the Sabres defend. Does it matter? Is he?
Yes, I think it would be interesting to see. I think that Hellebuck's a guy that's smart enough to know if or what he has to adjust. I think Winnipeg was very good at keeping shots outside and not giving up a lot of like east-west really quick plays because that is not necessarily his strength. He's very, very square and on angle, but he plays deep. So he's a little bit vulnerable if he can't get a read on a play and he's got to move a long ways. I think that when you're at that level, though, with a player like Hellebuck, he has got such an advanced understanding of the game that I think that is his greatest strength, and he can sort of, do I need to be a little more aggressive here? What do I need to do? And I think he would be more than capable of making his adjustment if it's needed. But I think that with the way the Sabres play, it's a lot of up and down. They don't give up a ton of cycle chances, like sustained zone pressure. That is, I think, probably a good thing for Hellebuck. If he's on a rush play, he's typically pretty good at reading and understanding how to use his momentum. I think where he can run into some trouble is when he's in zone and got to move east-west. Yeah. That can be a little more of a problem for him at times.
He's also the size of a skyscraper.
Yeah, he's 6'4", but he looks like he's the
biggest goalie ever to play.
It's unbelievable how big. He wears these old pads that are like 5 inches thick. He's got like Reebok P4 cores in his pads that they just put new skins on top of. Like his chest protector looks like it's a garbage, like it looks like a dumpster on him.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
He's huge.
He's massive and he plays really sealed and just blocky, like everything hits him. Everything hits him. And he is athletic. Like when he needs to make those saves, he's able to do it. But at his best, he's just like, you're just going to hit me right in the chest.
You really wonder how much of his value would be, again, like he's been elite for a while, had a down year. But that gold medal game would certainly save all of a GM calls. Like he had a down year, like, he did. You saw I won the gold medal, right?
Look at what he did with a sick team in front of him.
Down year what? He did what now?
Yeah.
So
I'm also, by the way, looking at the pictures of USA, Team USA when they were celebrating the night after they won the gold medal, and who are sitting next to each other at the table when they're eating. It's Thompson and Hellebuck.
Let's go.
All right.
And if you get Hellebuck, maybe you can get somebody else.
I don't know who the third guy is.
Let's be a Team USA team.
Yeah.
803-0550. Brayton Wilson joins us on the Western Hotline. He's covering today's ribbon-cutting ceremony down at the new Highmark Stadium. And Brayton also preparing for Friday's NHL draft, yes?
Yes, that's correct. I'll be part of the coverage.
Which are you more excited for? The ribbon being cut or the draft? I mean, I know you go deep on these NHL drafts. You're a bit of a savant when it comes to those.
Oh, I mean, I always love the NHL draft anytime that comes around. But the stadium being officially, the term is substantially completed today, that's a pretty big milestone day for Western New York.
substantially completed, and what happens today? They already got the keys, right? So this is a little bit different. The ribbon cutting, who's going to be there, and what do you expect to hear from the assorted parties?
So I don't know entirely of who's going to be here, but I'd anticipate the governor's going to be here, the county executive's going to be here, the Pagulos will probably be here, and the process right now, they still haven't officially done the whole transition between Erie County to New York State in terms of the ownership of the stadium and the land in and around the stadium, but that's in the process of being finalized. And once that is complete, then Erie County will give the keys to New York State, and then New York State will give the keys to the Buffalo Bills to be able to officially call it their home, so on and so forth. But it's an overall celebration today as the stadium, again, substantially complete. It's not fully done, as it's been noted. There will be some touch-up stuff here and there. Everything's really all behind the scenes, though, that not a lot of people will really know about. But the stadium, if it needed to have a football game today, will be ready to go as of this morning.
Okay. No TO involved in today's festivities? I heard keys.
Nah, I'm not familiar with TO being here, no.
It does feel like, you mentioned like how it's substantially completed. It sounds like all the stuff that still has to be worked on. I think that timeline's been to December. Brayton, is stuff that like fans wouldn't even notice when they're walking in the building, or like when they're going around the blue and red game and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know the extent of what remains to be done, but yeah, certainly for fans that might be going in August for the return of the blue and red scrimmage or any of the preseason games, they're probably not going to see anything that needs to be touched up. It might be, behind the scenes in like a kitchen or something like that, or, somewhere else in the stadium where, limited access is granted anyway. So, but I mean, sitting out here in the parking lot right now and just seeing the structure that stands before us right now, it's funny, guys, because I remember being here 3 years ago, and it was just a pile of dirt that was just starting to be moved, and there really wasn't much going on here. And then, fast forward to now, you got this behemoth multi-billion-dollar stadium right before us, and the stadium across the street is starting to come down. So a little bit of a surreal moment. I'm sure I'm not alone in that moment, but it is really cool just to kind of see how far we've come along here.
Are you in view of the giant buffaloes?
I am not right now, but I did drive by yesterday. They still have the calf bison that was erected, and then they have at least one of the other buffaloes that was delivered in and getting set up, ready to go. So now all three of them are not installed, but they're still working at that. Okay. They're massive, though.
Yeah?
Oh, yes.
Good. Mission accomplished. So, Brayton, the timeline of events for today, what time do things get started?
So the ceremony officially gets started at 10 a.m., and it's expected to be about an hour ceremony. Then they'll do the ribbon cutting. Then we'll get the tour of the stadium down here in Orchard Park. There'll be plenty of photos and videos that I'll be taking and sharing online and on social media. So, we'll get the full extent of what's going on down here and a great look inside of what's going on. Our friend John Polka and Frank Cravata is going to be helping guide us along the tour here to show us what really makes Highmark Stadium stand out amongst any of the other stadiums currently in the NFL. And then from there, we'll just get the nice look and see what's going on. And then the anticipation begins and starts to build of what is to come for football games.
And did you see what the Bills posted on social media yesterday? They put out a video that there's going to be an installation at the stadium that says, "We built this house," and it's the name of every construction worker, everyone that worked on the stadium. Yeah. Your name is there. That's in a little installation, which I thought was a nice touch. So very cool.
Yeah, I did not see that, but that is a really, really cool touch. I mean, this was certainly a special build for so many people. I mean, this was the largest construction project in the history of Erie County and Western New York to get the stadium up. And I mean, to see it done, to see it ready to go. And, again, there'll be the little minor touch-ups they need to do over the next several months. But really, I think a lot of Bills fans and a lot of football fans in general should be excited for what's to come at the stadium going forward.
Brayton, thanks very much. And, of course, we'll be listening this weekend as the draft gets started. We know you're all over WGR's coverage of the NHL draft. Thanks for the time this morning.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Brayton Wilson on the Wester Hotline. Today, the ribbon cutting at the new Highmark Stadium. We'll speak with Pete Gwelly coming up in about an hour. You think Pete's been playing the home version of the World Cup of Joe every morning with our facts about these teams?
I would hope so.
Maybe.
I would hope so. Yeah, you got to be playing along at home with these.
Might know a lot about these countries.
Yeah, today we've got another 8.
Another game of World Cup of Joe.
Yep, 4 countries a day, 4 games a day. 1 o'clock, the first of which, and 10 o'clock, the last of which. Right. 11, a little too late for me last night for Jordan and Algeria.
In our pool, I'm alive and kicking. I got 3 from Algeria last night.
You did.
Let's see if Ghana can shock the world today against England.
Yeah, I think right now, out of the 12 of us, maybe Bulldog is the only one that's kind of
dead in the water.
He's at 3. He's 11 points back.
Yeah.
Which means if you've watched Belgium, I think you know they're not winning the FIFA World Cup.
They're in trouble.
But if they did win the FIFA World Cup, I don't even think he wouldn't win.
Yeah.
That would be 12 points, right? Or 15 points.
15 points.
And then he
win.
would need, of the 3 guys at the top, none of us to get
any more points.
4 points.
Does
basically.
he have a second team that's going to make the knockout?
Senegal, Panama, and Congo. He's going to need one of those. So it's getting tough for Team Bulldog in the World Cup pool. Owen's doing good. Owen and Joe tied for first because he's got Norway.
The Norwegians are
Norway. You're going to want them to go. That's our group right now. The 3 teams at the top. I have Germany. Brian Mazurowski is USA, and you have Norway. And you're going to need one of those teams to go on a run. That's a little bit of an upset. Maybe Germany less so than the other 2. But like Norway making the final would be
huge. Yeah.
Would it be less? Is the U.S. expected to do it just or not expected? Talked about to do it just because it's in the U.S.
You mean like Norway?
Like would Norway making it be as incredible or no because they've Holland? Because the rest of the team isn't that different than the U.S. team.
I think I looked at Norway, and they are 33-1 right now.
And what's the U.S.?
Not 33-1.
Less than that?
I think so.
Okay. So then they would be more probable. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I was getting to. Like, are they overall expected to go further than the U.S. is? But I guess that would say yes.
Right now, the U.S. Oh, sorry, Norway 30-1, U.S. 35-1. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Okay,
so
it's a little bit higher.
803-0550. We have another insider saying Connor Hellebuck in Buffalo. Get you that story when we get back. The World Cup of Joe. Sal at 9 o'clock. He's going to have a tour of the stadium coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. So he'll see the most completed version of it yet. And we'll talk about it with Sal coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Pete Gwelly at 8:30. A lot of stadium talk here coming up on WGR. Jeremy White here for Wayland.
A blockbuster trade overnight in the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Giannis Antetokounmpo and Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat for Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., and Kasparis Yakuchonis. 3 first-round picks, including number 13 in Tuesday's NBA draft, and 1 pick swap and 1 second-round pick. Yesterday in the World Cup, Argentina beat Austria 2-0. France shut out Iraq 3-0. Norway beat Senegal 3-2. And Algeria beat Jordan 2-1. Today, Portugal plays Uzbekistan at 1. England plays Ghana at 4. Panama plays Croatia at 7. And Colombia plays the Democratic Republic of Congo at 10. The Bills, they'll be holding the ribbon-cutting ceremony at Highmark Stadium this morning. President of Business Operations Pete Gwelly will be joining Jeremy and Joe at 8:30. And around the NFL, Jets quarterback Geno Smith reportedly investigated for allegations of assault. And the NHL draft just a few days away. Coverage of the NHL draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel, Carr, and Joyce, your border attorneys. And by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Comes Sanheim. And now McDavid moving in on Hellebuck. He beats and is stopped.
Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. We're talking a little Connor Hellebuck today. Seems like the chatter around him is picking up. And most recently, I've seen Ray Ferraro chiming in on a, what podcast is this? R&DP? Who's that going to be? Who's R&DP?
Ray and Dregs.
There you go. Ray and
His
Dreger
own podcast, I believe. Yeah.
Ferraro says, to me, there's some pretty obvious places, and the one I will say, because to me it stands out, is Buffalo. Ferraro says for them to take the next step is to upgrade in goal. Says they were out-goalied against Montreal, which that is true. That definitely did happen. Mm-hmm. We had, someone in our YouTube chat said it wasn't a goalie problem, it was the finishing problem. Well, you finish with the goalies, right? And our guys didn't finish, and their guys did. Maybe, a few were their guys finishing. I don't know. Yep. 803-0550 is the phone number, and 1-888-550-2550.
And beyond that, I do think that you could just say, don't even think about last season. Think about who these guys are in their careers and predict, what are the odds? What are the odds that those two guys are going to repeat what they just did? It's not 0. They definitely could, but it's also not 100. They are up and down journeymen. Luukkonen's not a journeyman just because he's been on the same team, but they are league average goalies. Well, and you are rolling a dice every time you want to bet on a league average goalie. And Hellebuck, sure, you are rolling the dice to some extent too, but it's a way better bet. Way better bet that he's going to produce for you.
If they were to do it again, great. Lyon has 1 year left. What do you do then? Re-sign him? You go the two of them?
After this year if they don't do anything?
I'm saying if they do it again, Lyon and Luukkonen go again, and they have the same year, they're good. Do you re-sign Lyon? Do you re-sign him for $4 million? Do I have two goalies that make up a $9 million goalie salary because they're all I'm saying is, like, how married are you to the idea that they alternate is what makes them good? They weren't married enough to it to continue doing it in the playoffs, right? So, okay, they have the same season again, and whatever. It's always tough to do with the playoffs. Like, if they have a 7-game series loss to a divisional opponent in the second round, whatever. But if they have the same season, do you want a third one? Do you think you've cracked the code here to get the most out of these two goalies, or is then Lyon immediately replaceable with Colton Ellis, and now it's Luukkonen and Ellis?
It might depend how good a season Ellis has.
Okay.
If Ellis has a good season, aren't they going to say...
A good season for Ellis.
Thanks, Lyon, for 2 years. Ellis is going to be our new 1B.
And then you hope that the formula works with that guy in there.
Yeah. He'd have to play well enough, though, to make them do that, right? If Ellis had a bad year in 15, 20 games... they might not trust that.
Yeah.
But if he was good and even earned more starts, which I think is probably the hope, I still don't buy fully that this guy is just going to be, he's hanging out for the rest of his career as an emergency backup goaltender. I mean, there have been thousands of hockey games in the NHL in the last 10 years. Can you name the amount of times they actually had to go to an e-bug? Is it 3 times? There's only 2 that I can remember. Are there a couple more than that? Like, we're talking about like less than 1% of hockey games where you need an e-bug. That's what Colton Ellis is just going to be for the rest of his career. Like, I don't fully buy that. I think he's here because they believe in him long term. Or else, why would he be here? Why would they commit to having him at the start of the season and then beyond that? Like, it worked by the end of the season, but by the midpoint of the season, I'm sure why they got him in the first place is because they have people in the front office that liked his projection. He's a young guy who had really good AHL numbers. So I think he would matter to that, but he doesn't factor into me whether you get Hellebuck or not. He's not a part of that equation. I'm not even sure Lyon is a part of that equation. Luukkonen is the only part of that equation. Because if you traded for Hellebuck, I don't think Lyon or Ellis are going anywhere. Maybe you don't feel as much of a need to do 3 goalies, but Luukkonen is the guy that makes $4.75 million a year. He's the one that is going out the door if you are acquiring Hellebuck. So he's the one you need to make a call on. Do you want to keep going with him? Do you think he's good enough or to have for the next 3 years? Or do you want to sub him out right now for a guy who won the Hart Trophy 2 years ago and pay an extra $4 million for it? Like that to me, when you're discussing Hellebuck, Luukkonen's the only person you really need to make a call on. The other 2 are not really a part of it to me.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Want to do juicy rumors?
Let's do juicy rumors.
Let's do some juicy rumors. We got a couple. I mean, today's show is a little bit about some pickup and chatter on Hellebuck. Ottawa is front and center for a lot of rumors because of this Tkachuk trade. Everyone seems to be speculating what they're going to do with those picks. Mm-hmm. Have seen Mason McTavish as a name. Jason Robertson. Now, here's the tough part for Ottawa. You're really going through it. Mm-hmm. I can understand having gone through something like this. They trade Eichel away. They're having their Eichel moment. Are the Senators having their Eichel moment? You know who they'd like to get is Jason Robertson. And then immediately it's reported, I can't see any scenario where Jason Robertson would sign in Ottawa. Like, yeah, you might want to get that guy, but he's not going to sign for you. But Robertson is probably on the move somewhere. It's a matter of where. And if you're the Stars, do you just deal the rights or wait for the offer sheet? You can just wait for the offer sheet. If the offers aren't coming in that are good enough,
you'll get your 4 first-round picks.
You'll probably get your 4 firsts.
Because I think he almost certainly 100% would be in the 4 first-round pick range because it sounds like he wants $14 million a year.
Right. So you find out a team he wants to sign with, and you say to them, "Hey, instead of 4 firsts, would you want this instead? Because we would prefer this instead." Mm-hmm. The starting point, the baseline is 4 firsts. So,
I think I might like that idea more than any others, but I just haven't really thought about that being realistic.
For the Sabres?
Yeah. But if you told me he'd want to come here and they'd be willing to pay that price, I think he outranks everything else. He's great. He's 26, and I wouldn't be afraid of paying him $14 million a year. I'm going to be paying him, $3 million more a year than what Tuck's going to get from, like, the Kraken or somebody like that? Mm-hmm. Like, to me, that's totally worth it. He's a 50. Has he got the 50 yet? He's gotten to 40, I know, in his career. I don't know if he's gotten to 50.
He's from California.
All right.
Is there any
46,
chance?
He didn't get to 50.
Listen, we talk about the dynamics of the league. The good news about all this, like the dynamics of the league and all the players only wanted to go to Carolina, Minnesota, Dallas, and Tampa, and Florida, whatever. The good news is we can kind of take out our inferiority complex because it turns out there are 25 inferior teams. Everybody stinks. What are the odds that Jason Robertson is thinking, like, yes, I'd like to go to Buffalo. I'm from California. I play in Dallas. I'm going to sign for $14 million to go play in Buffalo.
That's why I
want to take it out.
I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about him.
His brother does play in Toronto.
Okay.
All right. Their parents are always up
so
there.
he wants to go to Toronto. Does he want to sign in Toronto? Play with his brother?
Proximity-wise, just might make a little some sense.
Well, I guess, right. The Sabres would not be unique to this. How important is the money to him? Because if he wants to get his value, $14 million a year, and the Sabres outbid everybody else. Like that'd be how you get that. That'd be the only way, I think, how you'd really get involved in the Robertson game is, yeah, you're Buffalo. You're good. You're good enough to get in the meeting. But how am I going to get him to come here instead of going home or closer to home in L.A. or Anaheim? All right, we're going to give you $1 million more than anybody else is. So we're going to give you $15 million a year.
Just seems
and
like,
you're going to have to bet on the guy being motivated by money more than anything.
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of take him off the board. I don't think it doesn't sound to me like a needle they'll thread.
You can go way over and you go with the Kaprizov contract, which was what, 17 million a year?
Yeah. Here's another question. Is there a separate Team USA text thread with Robertson?
The guys that didn't make the team?
Because he should have been on Team USA.
What's that group chat?
Is there a Team USA thread that has all the guys from Team USA without Vinny Trocheck, but with Jason Robertson?
Right.
And that text
thread
is
Adam Fox is in that chat, too.
The team that should have been there.
Right. Yeah.
Robertson should have been there and wasn't.
Cole Caulfield's in that chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got to be in a chat with these guys. Although with Tage, was there a USA chat that Tage isn't in? Like
the Four Nations one?
Yeah, like a foreign. Did they just carry over the Four Nations group chat?
Yeah.
And if one of these guys has an Android, you can't add or subtract people to it. So you can't really make changes. And then you have the same group chat.
These are the important questions.
I know.
Yeah, they are.
What else you got?
I just like Tage. All this USA camaraderie and like them winning the gold medal, and they became close, and now they all want to get together and play together. Did somebody become best friends with Tage over those 2 weeks? Anybody? I got one picture of him sitting next to Hellebuck at a dinner. Like, who else did he become buddies with?
Bruce Garriock reporting 4 big game targets that Ottawa is targeting. Mason McTavish, Jason Robertson, Ricard Raquel, and Brian Rust.
I mean,
man, these are not big names.
Those guys
are medium names.
I saw the usual. The Penguins are not shopping these players, but they're listening to offers on Ricard Raquel and Brian Rust.
Nice players, but we are not big game hunting.
And Jordan Kyrou.
Okay, fine.
And he's like in between the medium and the big game. I almost want to feel like. Well, that's Ottawa feeling like they've got to do something because their offseason was just getting rid of their best player.
Oh, yeah. They're trying to flip that 9-25 into a player because they are going to be underwater and they can't go backwards.
That is so different than like the Sabres trade Kesselring and the reaction is like, oh, I hope 20's involved in something else. But if 20 isn't involved in anything else and they just make the 20th pick, I'll be disappointed. But the world isn't ending. Ottawa getting all of those picks and then doing nothing with them,
would be tough.
That is the world ending.
Oh, yeah,
that is the sky is falling if you make those picks on Friday night.
Right.
That would be a disaster.
That's goodbye. Like, Stutzla's going to be like, what am I doing here?
Right.
Like, what? You just traded away my winger and now we can't do anything? Like, see ya. Get me out of here, too. I'm done. That would be a nightmare for them.
Anthony DeMarco, Daily Faceoff reports, according to team sources, the Flyers have interest in Senators centers Shane Pinto, Dylan Cousins, and Ridley Gregg. In that order.
In that order?
In that order. Shane Pinto,
Pinto's
Dylan Cousins.
Player.
Yeah.
What are they doing? If they're trying to poach another good player off Ottawa, I don't know what that is going to... What are you doing?
I never know what the Flyers are doing.
Does
anybody ever know what the Flyers are doing?
Danny B's up there.
Are they're trying to win? They just made the second round, right?
Yeah, I think they're trying to... Right. I think if... I could get to them getting decent. Like, they bring in another D, and they got Sanheim... Byram could be pretty good there. Like a Byram-Sanheim pair, and then, you got Zegras, and if he keeps building, and Tippett's a nice player, but they're thinking about trading him. They're interesting. To me.
Whenever I hear Byram connected to, or like even just mentioned, in a team like that's on the East, I just think about him being from Vancouver. Should I not be doing that?
You should be thinking about Vancouver.
Yeah.
And just out west in general.
You should be thinking about
like
Vancouver.
He says Philly. Okay, Vancouver specific. Because he says Philly. I'm like, I don't think he wants to live in Philly.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you should be thinking about Vancouver specifically.
That's just crazy because Vancouver's so bad.
So bad.
But yeah.
They don't have to be that long. Elliot Friedman. There's noise around Zach Werenski. USA group chat.
That's a heavy
Florida's
one.
got nothing left to trade.
Vegas? He'll go to Vegas.
Oh. That would be...
Well, if they get him, they can't get Larkin.
Larkin goes to Dallas.
Or here.
Crap. Who's Minnesota getting? One of them.
Somebody. Yeah.
Austin Matthews.
Everybody wants
Come on,
to.
Tage. I need to get in on the USA party here.
This is where Hellebuck coming in would get you two guys to talk to you.
Right, and then maybe a third becomes a lot easier because now I've got two guys here.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550. That's Juicy Rumors. The draft will be Friday at KeyBank Center. Ribbon cutting ceremony today down at the stadium. Sal's going on a tour in a little bit. He's going to call in at 9, give us his thoughts on the tour. Pete Gwelly joins us coming up at 8:30 on the ribbon cutting ceremony and on the draft, of course. I've got a quick thought on the NHL draft, which is going to be this weekend here in Buffalo. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Getting some pictures from Sal outside Highmark Stadium. Ribbon cutting today in Orchard Park. Inaugural season 2026. Looks pretty sharp. He's going to get in there and I'm sure send out some pictures, and he'll join us coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll get a break in, keep you updated on the rumors. We'll play World Cup of Joe before we get to Pete Gwelly of the Bills
to go.
on the big ceremony today, ribbon cutting from the new Highmark Stadium. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Thanks for joining us here on WGR.
A big trade last night in the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks trading Giannis Antetokounmpo and Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat for Tyler Hero, Kalel Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., and Kasparis Yakuchonis. 3 first-round picks, including number 13 in Tuesday's draft, 1 pick swap, and 1 second-round pick as well. Yesterday in the World Cup, Argentina beat Austria 2-0. France shut out Iraq 3-0. Norway beat Senegal 3-2. And Algeria beat Jordan 2-1. And today, Portugal plays Uzbekistan at 1. England plays Ghana at 4. Panama plays Croatia at 7. And Colombia plays the Democratic Republic of Congo at 10. The Bills, they'll be holding a ribbon-cutting ceremony at Highmark Stadium this morning at 10. President of Business Operations, Pete Gwelly, will be joining Jeremy and Joe coming up later in the hour at 8:30. And around the NFL, Jets quarterback Geno Smith reportedly investigated for allegations of assault. In the NHL Draft, just a few days away. Coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. And by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Julián es el 2-0 y viene, tapó el arquero, será de Paredes, será de Messi, tampoco Messi.
Andres Cantor on the call. The second Messi goal, I wanted more coverage of it. If you go back and watch this one, it's the one where, first off, he makes the incredible pass to give them a chance to score.
Yeah.
They don't. And then they're playing against Austria, right?
Yep.
And in Austria, it is a fire drill. They're running around trying to find whatever spot they can. And when he finally kicks it through 2 Austrian defenders, the Austrian goalie, you can see it, but they never gave you the close-up. He looks down at the ground and screams as if to say, like, can anybody else do something out here? Because Messi kicks it through 2 people that should have got a foot on it or something. Anyway, 2 goals for him, 2 for Haaland, 2 for Mbappe. Great day at the World Cup yesterday. So hopefully you're all out there enjoying it. And England today, yeah. England.
They should romp Uzbekistan.
No, that's Portugal who plays.
Oh, sorry, right.
England plays.
They play.
England plays Ghana.
Ghana. That would be close.
Ghana. My second round pick in our pool. Ghana.
Just on vibes alone.
Yeah, I mean, Ghana's good.
They're gamers.
Yes.
Ghana. They show up to the World Cup and they always beat the U.S. also, but they overperform. It seems
sometimes they do. Yep. Yeah. 803-0550. Pete Gwelly joining us coming up at the bottom of the hour on the stadium ribbon cutting. If you want to give us a thought on that, you can. Sal's going through the stadium shortly, and he'll report back but how done it is. Because the outside is just looking done-ish.
Yes.
We're waiting for trees to get planted and parking spaces to get put in and security perimeters and all that. But the inside, Brayton said that if they had to have a football game there, they could. But you could do that on any grass field. If they needed to make me chicken fingers, could they make me chicken fingers today? Is there a fryer?
That's a good question.
Is there a fryer ready? Mm-hmm. If I wanted a beer.
Could they pour you a beer? Is there a tap?
Yeah. Will there be one stand where the people going through today get a beer?
Yeah. That'd be a cool thing to do as like a ribbon. There's the ribbon cutting, and then there should be like a first beer toast.
Yeah, toast.
Like we're all gonna have the first beer in the stadium.
First flush. The toilets work. All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3.
All at the same time in the stadium.
Don't they have to test that? Isn't that a thing?
Yeah, I feel like you have
all of them at the same time.
Haven't we all heard that old story that you do them all at the same time just to make sure?
Yeah.
I thought there was a story about you do them all at the same time.
I swear I've heard
that.
Owen's construction shops are going to come in here.
Oh, yeah.
What do you got?
Let me get a call into my foreman here. Well, there is always testing for that stuff, like making sure that nothing will like shear apart or whatever. Like with these kind of, especially something that big, there is a lot of like, okay, make sure that this isn't going to fall down and like be a major issue because these are massive structures that are just being, put together.
I always wonder that for everything. For instance, do you guys do this? When you see maximum occupancy, maybe that's not, or like weight limits, right? Mm-hmm. If the elevator says no more than 2,000 pounds, I think it's probably like 2,500, but they say 2,000.
Yeah, there's like a
and then they do
threshold.
that on everything, right? It's just like your gas gauge. It goes to E, but there's definitely a little more in there. They want you to get there ahead of time. And it's kind of like the mindset of someone that sets their clock early on purpose to build in an additional amount of time. I end up feeling that society has a silent agreement where if something is certified for X number of pounds, that it's definitely a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't know that to be true.
We
from
can't
my
say it.
construction
You
days,
can't because liability and stuff.
Right.
But go ahead. No, I was going to say, if, by the way, they have flushed every toilet in the stadium for a test, it's called a Super Bowl, so that building's already seen one, if they've done it.
Oh. That's the name of...
That's the name. It's a common practice to perform a simultaneous flush test, often called a Super Bowl test, where a person is stationed at every toilet to flush them at the same time.
Let's go.
How many people is that?
That's a good question.
That's a lot of people.
Shouldn't they have sold tickets to be a person to do it?
That's pretty good.
The ceremonial first flush.
This is a missed opportunity.
The royal flush.
Hold on, ready? I'm getting a source. The Great Flush happened a couple weeks ago.
Oh, boy.
Oh. They met on a Saturday with hundreds of people and flushed all the toilets at the same time 2 months ago. This should have been covered.
This is big.
I agree.
I don't need a...
I agree.
I got a ribbon cutting. I need the flush.
The Super Bowl, as some would say.
Where's the Great Flush? 2 months ago? Great.
We
Must
need
have worked.
drone footage of that.
Did it work? What are they hiding? Maybe it didn't work and they had to go in there and fix it. No, it probably worked.
Then they just have to do it again. Right? You probably have to keep doing it until you finally get it right.
Yeah.
Well, for sure.
This is such a missed opportunity. You really could have offered up, hey, 300 people, enter a lottery. You're going to be part of the Great Flush.
Yeah.
Sell the ticket stub, put it in your, your Bill's cave. I was part
ceremonial
of it.
Coin
that
you get for it. Yeah.
What? Seriously. Why not? Missed opportunity. Anyway, 803-0550, Pete Gwelly coming up in about 20 minutes, bottom of the hour, on the stadium and the ribbon-cutting ceremony. We've talked a little bit today about Connor Hellebuck and this idea that seems to be, I don't know if it's picking up steam, but, now that Tkachuk has been dealt, and I think the report on Dylan Larkin is it's going to take a while, who's the next big name to go? Is it Hellebuck? Like Matthew Barzal's name's been out there.
We know Larkin wants to be traded, but it sounds like Yzerman's
going to take a while.
He's going to, dig in on that.
I put up a Twitter poll that simply asks this. Hellebuck, yes, of course. Yes, but maybe no. No, but maybe yes. And definitely no. Definitely no has less than 7% of the vote. So everybody has a little amount of yes in there. 33% yes, of course. 33% yes, but maybe no. 27% no, but maybe yes. And then 7% no. And I got a comment here. Every issue we have with re-signing Tuck, we have with trading for Hellebuck. And I actually followed up and said, well, why? What are the issues with Tuck that would be similar to Hellebuck? And it was a 3-bullet-pointed case against Hellebuck. Expensive, even older, and a playoff choker. The case against Hellebuck, to which I would say, just pushing back quickly and get your guys' thoughts on this, not expensive, 8.5 for 5 years.
Not for Shesterkin makes $3 million more per year than he does, and Hellebuck will make $2 million less, $3 million less than what Tuck is going to make.
Yeah, not expensive, prohibitive.
For only 5 years instead
the
of
price
8.
for trading for him, you could make a case. Number 2, even older. Goalie age curve is not the same.
No.
Hellebuck's 33, Vasilevsky's 31.
Yeah. Oh, and you've talked about this. Like
goalies play.
Great goalies play until they're 38, 39 years old all the time.
Yeah, it's a very different. It's a different sport in there. It's just a completely different game.
Yeah,
so it's very different.
Age not prohibitive to me. Position age curve not prohibitive. And then on the playoff choker point, this one, it kind of is the hardest one to dispel. Just because he does not have a ton of playoff success. He did, however, win the biggest hockey game in a generation. By himself almost.
I have a question for you guys. if you were based on his reputation, what would you estimate his playoff numbers look like through his career? I will go through his numbers here, and you tell me if these are bad numbers.
Playoff choker,
right?
Yeah.
A notorious, awful playoff performer, Connor Hellebuck.
Yeah.
2017-18, he had 17 games, 2.36 GAA, and a 922 save percentage.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty awesome. The 2018-19 playoffs, 6 games played, 267 GAA, and a 913 save percentage.
Good.
Pretty good.
Solid.
The next year, 4 games, 304, 904 save percentage. Not as great, but still, that is survivable.
Yep. Baseline.
The next year, 8 games, 2.23, 931.
Amazing.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, amazing.
22-23, 5 games, 3.4, 886. Bad year.
Bad.
Next year, 5 games, 5.23, 870, the worst year.
Bad.
And then 13 games in 24-25, 3.08, 866. Also not very good.
Bad. Yep.
Okay. But there are 4 years of 900-plus goaltending out of this guy. It is not a historic, consistent issue. He's had a 3-year dip, which I think could probably be a lot of his team got old because they did. When he was going on those deep runs in 17-18 to 21-22, that was the prime of that Winnipeg team. They were awesome. It was Dustin Byfuglien and Wheeler and Scheifele in his prime. These Ehlers was there.
Who did they run up against? Because a lot of times we'll just talk about a team they lost. All right, but who did they run up against? Who did they lose to?
I don't remember them playing like juggernauts, but they lost to, working backwards, they lost to Dallas in the second round after beating St. Louis. They lost to Colorado the year before that. They lost to Vegas the year before that. So the three bad playoff years, right? It was 3 bad ones. Those seasons, he played Vegas, Colorado, and then St. Louis and Dallas.
Okay.
So actually, 3 incredible teams. I wouldn't put St. Louis in that category, but I would with Dallas, and I would with Colorado, and I absolutely would with Vegas. So, yeah, that's affected it too, is he's played a stronger level of opponent in the first round, right? Because you're on a team where you're the 7 or 8 seed, or you're the wild card team, and you're playing the best team in the conference generally going in. The only year they weren't that, they were the President's Trophy, and they won the first round.
Right.
And they beat St. Louis.
And how much of winning the President's Trophy? He was the MVP, right?
He was the MVP.
Right. So
trophy.
So there's a point to be made here to say he's always been the underdog, except for the year they won the President's Trophy. In which case, he was the reason they weren't the underdog.
Correct.
Right? He's why they won that.
Right.
They won the heart.
And I continue to think that when you look at some of those playoff seasons, there's a correlation between he didn't play 70 games, 60-plus games that season, and then he went into the playoffs and looked pretty good.
Yeah.
And that at this point in his career, you would say, we don't need you to play 65 games because we're trying to make sure you're fresh for the playoffs. And I'm not sure he's ever had that in the last 5 years in Winnipeg.
No, the 3 bad years were 64 games, 60 games, 63 games.
Right.
Nobody plays that much.
Carrying the team all year long, playing more games than anybody else in the sport, except maybe, Vasilevsky? There's a couple of guys only that play that many games. Yeah. And he gets to the playoffs, and again, that's not to say you couldn't do it and that he shouldn't deserve some criticism. Vasilevsky plays that many games, and he had some excellent playoff campaigns, and then he actually has had some bad playoff seasons in a row.
Exactly.
And is it the same thing for him? Don't play your goalie 65 games anymore. You're not going to get the best results when you get to the long postseason, and that's where I would say, all right, the playoff choker point. There might even be credibility to that. But I'm hoping that if Alex Lyon and Colton Ellis are his backup goaltenders, you're going to come here. I'm not going to play you 65 games. I'm going to play you 50 and hope that you are in better shape by the time we get to April and May.
Right.
All these conversations around goalie are so funny, and all these conversations around offseason. The offseason is just all of us talking ourselves out of ideas, right?
Right.
Here's why this is not good. Here's why this is not good. And I get it. You're trying to avoid going backward and going in the wrong direction. But it's careful. Hellebuck's got a couple of bad playoff years in there. Oh, okay. So the plan instead should be to go for an absolute nobody because I saw a nobody have a good playoff year this year. Well, it's Freddie Anderson before this year.
A playoff choker,
right? And then he ultimately does leave the lineup, and they go to Brandon Bussey, who is a guy that was on waivers. So I feel like I speak for myself here too. Like I'm not talking, negatively about anybody out there, how they feel about goalie. I simultaneously think, it's voodoo, but you can still have better bets than others.
Yes.
The comparison I always want to make is golfers, right? Scotty Scheffler did not win the U.S. Open. He was close, and Rory had a bad round on Thursday and had a good round on Friday. He still remains one of the 3 best golfers. Like, you're not going to get the same outcome every single tournament, every single year, every single playoffs. There are a lot of factors and a lot of randomness built in. But, like, who's a better bet than Hellebuck? UPL and Lyon? There's a world where they have a better playoffs in 2027 than Hellebuck does. But I got to take chances. I'm going to say it like that. I've got to try. I've got to try to have a better team than I just had. And what's the most likely way to get to a better team than I just had? It might not be Hellebuck, but it's a pretty simple case to make that it is a way to have a better team.
Mm-hmm. I am trying to chase winning the Stanley Cup. Am I not? I'm the Buffalo Sabres.
You should be.
I've got a good team. Yeah. I'm trying to win the cup. And I want to be chasing ceilings, not being afraid of floors. And the ceiling, if you get peak Hellebuck, you get the best of him in a playoff run as a Vezina, 3-time Vezina winner, Hart Trophy winner, best goalie of his generation. Is he on the Mount Rushmore at the position all time? Like Hall of Famer, gold medal game. He was incredible. Carrying a Winnipeg team to the playoffs countless times. If I get that guy to be at his best in a playoff run, I can win the Stanley Cup.
Oh, yeah.
I can absolutely win the Stanley Cup, and I might not even have to be at my A game.
No.
If he's at his, that is where like the correction on, hey, maybe I'm not playing my best, but the Sabres could almost, I feel like, play their B+ game in a postseason run, and if he's at his A+, you can win the Stanley Cup. And I don't think that's true of their goalies right now. I think they have to be playing at their absolute best to ever win the Stanley Cup with their current roster.
Right. But Hellebuck is entirely capable of the 21 Carey Price final run. That, like, this guy's just single-handedly going to drag this pile of parts into the final. And it wasn't enough to win him it because, Tampa was a buzzsaw. But, like, Carey Price single-handedly dragged the Montreal Canadiens to the Stanley Cup final. It was incredible. It probably capped off. It did. It capped off a Hall of Fame career. They saw him get in yesterday. Mm-hmm. That is what you've got here in Hellebuck. And all you've got to do is just go out there and say, listen, I know it's going to cost us. I know it could be risky, and there's 5 years left on the deal. But the guy is a stud.
Yeah.
And that's the reality of it. And if you want to do it, you want a stud. And he's there to be had. And how often do you get that guy available? That goaltender.
Right.
That does not happen. Vasilevsky has been in Tampa his whole career.
I also think there's, when it comes to we didn't lose because of goaltending, we didn't lose because this, it all reminds me of our conversations about how the Bills lost. We didn't lose because of the defense. We didn't lose because of this. The offense didn't score. 30 points should be enough, right? Why did Vegas lose in the final? You might not say Carter Hart, or you might. Carter Hart gave up 4 goals every single night.
Yeah.
Vegas made the Cup final with Carter Hart finishing with 2 goals above expected. Saved above expected according to Money Puck. 2. Total. 2. What did Carolina have in that department over the entire playoffs? 12. That's 10 playoff goals kept out of the net by one team. Again, it's not in the series.
Right,
it's the whole playoff.
Through the playoff run.
But the point is, what does the series turn on? A goal. What do the Sabres need? The Sabres in goals save above expected on Money Puck. Lyon and Luukkonen combined for .4 in their 2 rounds. Not even a full goal saved above expected. You can feel like you stole game 1, and then in game 2 you gave up 1 or 2 softies, and that game was toast in the second period because you gave up 2 in the first. And it didn't feel like a soft goal in overtime, but you lost the game because in the first period you're down 2-0. Mm-hmm. And a team like that can lock you down. So, I don't know. I'm emotional about it. I want them to do something that inspires us. Really, there's another part of that too. If Hellebuck, again, fully understanding this as emotion and not the most analytical approach. But if the Sabres were to get Connor Hellebuck to waive his no move and come here, that is pretty significant on the step ladder to this team is here to win. right?
Yes,
In an era where these guys are choosing 5 teams, and the best goalie available in a long time was able to say, like, actually, you know what? They'll go there. A place where no one will wave. Like, I'll go there. I don't know. It would feel pretty great.
It'd be unbelievable.
You'd hope he still has it. You know, like,
yeah,
so.
it would feel like you've arrived. It would feel like the playoff season undoing a lot of the no trade list stuff and you're not a destination and all of that would be undone immediately by one guy giving credibility to that idea, because that has not happened yet. Like, we hope that it's true, and I want to believe that it is, that the players are more willing to come here now than they were just because of the season they just had. But we haven't seen it in action yet, and maybe we'll see that in action next week. But so far this offseason, we've got Tuck wants to leave, Byram wants to leave, and Kesselring wanted to leave. Like, Benson's going to get offer sheeted. Like, so far we don't have anything to say, like, yeah, it is different. I still believe it is, but let's see some evidence of it. And there would be no greater evidence of that than Hellebuck. You mentioned Price. Price is kind of the evidence of both the position aging well and aging poorly.
Yeah.
Like, Price was 33 when he carried Montreal to the Stanley Cup final. He was the same age that Hellebuck is right now.
Right.
He never played poorly. Like, to the end of his career, he was still really good. They discovered a defect in his knee that he had to retire from. So that's that's both, right? Like, that, you don't know. Like, a guy could have a career-ending injury and be done at 34 years old, and then if you had traded the bag for him, you look like idiots at the end of it. But Price is also evidence of it wasn't really slowing down. The last time we saw him, he was still incredible.
Right. But that could happen to Yuri Kulik, who had a blood clot this year at 22 years old and missed a whole year. Like, that is a risk you take with all athletes in every sport. That is just that is the base layer risk, and obviously it goes up as you go up in age, but it's there all the time. So if that's what you're scared of, then I don't know. Then this maybe isn't a conversation for you, because you need to understand that is something that happens to everybody.
And what's funny is that Price, they discovered that defect when they had surgery to repair a torn meniscus.
Right.
That's when they discovered it. Hellebuck just had surgery last year on a torn meniscus. But I think he's good, right? Like, there's no talk of any concern about injury for him going forward. It sounds like he's just good to go.
Yeah.
So I think there's no long-term injury question that I feel like is out there right now with him.
No. Not that I've read about, heard, whatever.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. NFL content season approaching. The top 100 is back. The NFL top 100 players.
So my first question is, are they doing it like they did last year where they were releasing like 3 names per day over like 3 months?
I regret to inform you they are doing it exactly as they did last year, which is 2 names at a time. Now listen, you might be someone that says, like, the content machine is undefeated and we should welcome a break from the content machine. But the top 100 players in the NFL has started. We have number 190, number 99.
Oh, it's already begun.
Yeah, it started. 2 a day.
I mean, how could you
It's
possibly?
2 per day.
How could you possibly
It
guess?
used to be 10 at a time.
Yeah.
And then you could get takes like, you're telling me that Tua is better than so-and-so, because you'd have 10 names. Now what you get is 2 at a time.
What are the positions?
In this one?
Yeah.
Defensive end and guard.
Okay.
Number 100 is a guy that didn't retire but thought he might. Cam Jordan is number 100, and Quentin Nelson is number 99.
Cool. Cool. Yeah.
Tomorrow will be 97 and 98, and you'll already forget who these two were. And then 95 and 96, like, you remove the entire ability for us to argue with each other.
Yeah.
To yell at Ravens fans about, Kyle Hamilton's overrated. Now it's just like I can't even believe they still do it like this. Whatever. Yeah. What do you think, Joe? Quentin Nelson overrated? He made the list. He'd been off for a couple of years.
He's a big name.
He is.
He's a big name. Cam Jordan, he shouldn't be on the list. He criticized Josh Allen, didn't he?
Maybe.
In the offseason? Didn't he say something bad about Allen?
He did.
Cam Jordan is
What
good.
was it?
Is good.
He's very good.
What did Cam Jordan say?
He said...
Cam Jordan's like Calais Campbell, where he's just good 15 years deep. He's still good. What did he say? Take him off the list.
I'm listening back to the clip now. One moment.
I've looked at under fire after controversial Josh Allen statement. So I'm getting closer.
He might have said
it was on First Take.
He might have said, "I don't think he's the best quarterback to play ever," and you can get under fire for that.
He said this is what he was under fire for. Josh Allen, if I thought anything, I thought this year was the year. I said all these guys are out. It's his time, and he proved what I thought about him. He plays excellent during the season. He shows up. He's Superman, but at the same time, he can't win those big games. That's what he said.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do? 803-0550. Someone was going to mention just there. What was it? Might have been about Cam Jordan.
Was it about Quentin Nelson being overrated?
No.
How dare they put Quentin Nelson on
I know
the top
what it was.
100?
Where will Josh finish? NFL top 100. Who will be number one?
Myles Garrett will be number one.
Yeah, he set the sack record.
That's my guess.
All right.
I feel like quarterback hasn't been number one very often.
Who will be the number one quarterback? Will it be Josh this year? I bet it will. I would bet that it is. It's not Mahomes. It's not Lamar. They did not have the years for it.
Shouldn't be Lamar off that season. Yeah, I think Allen. All right, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, who else would it be? It's not going to be Stafford. It's not going to be Drake May.
It will be very interesting to see where May goes.
Yeah.
How much respect will he get from the fellow players immediately, right? 803-0550. Ribbon cutting today at Highmark Stadium. Pete Gwelly joins us on the other side here on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Overnight, the Milwaukee Bucks trading Giannis Antetokounmpo and Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat for 4 players, 3 first-round picks, including number 13 in Tuesday's draft, 1 pick swap, and 1 second-round pick. Yesterday in the World Cup, Argentina beat Austria 2-0. France shut out Iraq 3-0. Norway beat Senegal 3-2. Algeria beat Jordan 2-1. And today, Portugal plays Uzbekistan at 1. England plays Ghana at 4. Panama plays Croatia at 7. And Colombia plays the Democratic Republic of Congo at 10. The Bills, they'll be having their ribbon-cutting ceremony at New Highmark Stadium this morning. President of Business Operations Pete Coelho will be joining Jeremy and Joe up next. The NHL Draft just a few days away as well. Coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's Your Outlet? By Fiegel, Carr, and Joyce, your border attorneys. And by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Big day down at Highmark Stadium as they'll be cutting the ribbon on the new Highmark Stadium. And on the Western Hotline to talk about it with us is Pete Coelho. Pete, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking a few minutes today. Big day down there.
Yeah, morning, guys. Yep, big day here with the ribbon cutting, and just in case we have enough going on, we're hosting the NHL Draft at the end of the week.
And I learned today that you guys already did the mega flush inside the stadium to make sure that all the toilets work. So, like, you're up because we were joking earlier, Pete. We know the outside; we can only see the outside, and I've always, in the last couple of weeks, wondered how ready the inside really is. And plumbing, at least we can say that's like ready to rock.
No, it's ready, guys. When you walk in there today, when everyone goes in, I think they're going to be absolutely blown away. The finishes are primarily done. The furniture is in place. A lot of the details that you would expect when you're formally opening the stadium are ready to go. So it's, even though it's the ribbon cutting and we have a ways to go before we have an actual event in there, the stadium is well along, and I think people are going to feel like it's done when they walk in.
Did it feel like the inside kind of came together quickly once the outside was finished? Like, was it just a very speedy process at that point?
Yeah, it was a little strange, because you see it from the outside and it looks phenomenal. And when you walk in, there were a lot of details that still needed to be done. And even just things like cleaning and moving some pieces around. And, there was a tremendous amount of work going on. That really came together quickly. I would say over the last 3 weeks, it's amazing the progress that's been made. And now when you walk through there, and it's starting to feel more and more like a finished product.
Pete Coelho joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of today's ribbon cutting. So, Pete, take us through what will happen today as you guys are down there and, again, celebrating the substantial opening of the stadium, because you guys did get keys a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, this is the first kind of public unveiling, and obviously we had this marked on the calendar for a while, and you guys heard it. There's always a lot of dialogue on whether the stadium was going to be done on time, and you just can't address all those stories. We felt very confident we would be right where we are right now. So big ribbon cutting at 10 o'clock. Terry's going to kick it off. We're going to have the governor here, the county executive, special guest to kind of close it for us. It's going to tie the old stadium back to the new. So it's going to be a real special occasion. I mean, excited to kind of unveil things for the first time. As soon as that's over, everyone's going to be allowed in. We're going to have the media in there, and people are going to get their first look at what the stadium is really about.
Yeah. And in terms of envisioning, Pete, like when you're walking around now in the stadium, like what's your feeling when you look around at the stadium? Like, are you envisioning what it will look like on game day?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to articulate. It's so different from the old building. There's nothing in the old building that resembles anything in the new building. And it starts from the minute you pull into the parking lot and you walk across Family Circle and then enter through the gates. And then when you walk into the stadium, you quickly realize that you can see the field from almost any place you were standing in that building. And then you've got these amazingly well-appointed clubs, and there's not a bad seat in the place. And you walk up to the upper level and you see there's a sky view deck overlooking Buffalo, and you can see the harbor and downtown. I mean, every single step you take in that building is a little bit of an adventure. There's so many discoverable aspects. I think people are going to be walking around literally that first season uncovering things that they weren't expecting.
How do you feel about how like the timeline for getting fans in there has ended up working out here? I know that we talked to you in the past about like maybe you guys can consider test events or things before football season, but the blue and red, the preseason games, like there seems to be a pretty high demand. You know, the events, of course, but also I don't know, like people's first chance to kind of just get in and walk around and experience it.
Yeah, we're in the process of addressing that because I think you guys know how we feel and how ownership feels. We'd love to get as many people through that building as possible. Everybody should get a chance to experience it. So, you know, even though the first big event is the 8th, we're going to have a number of smaller events for some PSL holders and suite holders, et cetera. Then we'll roll into the 8th. And fortunately, we have those 2 preseason games at home, which are going to be helpful. We are talking about some other opportunities of a more public nature to get people in there, too. We don't want anyone to miss out. You know, obviously, we know not everyone can get into that building from day one, but if we can create some additional opportunities before the season even starts, we're going to do it.
So the 8th is that Battle of Blue and Red?
Yeah, 8th will be Blue and Red. We're doing it on Saturday because we know it's a little bit better for people. We're doing it at night so we can really see how the stadium operates. And, you know, we had a lot of conversations with Brandon and Joe. They want to get on the grass there as much as possible.
Yeah.
So if we can find a way to combine the team being on the grass with a public aspect and people can actually get in the building, we think that would be the perfect match.
How much more, Pete, I guess, attention will there? Is there a whole nother department of your organization that will have to be on the grass at all time, paying attention? Like if it's rained on, if people can walk on it, because, you know, you're trying to keep grass alive pretty much for the entire year. And I'd imagine concerts, anything that could be a problem. Now there's a whole department that has to watch that, monitor that.
Yeah, we've got a pretty robust staff that worked here at the old stadium because they had to maintain the old stadium and all the practice fields too. So they're pretty familiar with it. Obviously, that's a new high-tech grass field, heated, sub-air, and they've spent the last 2 years getting familiar with it, but there will be a group just dedicated to that. And when you walk in there, I don't know if you guys have been on that right now, it's perfection. Like that field looks absolutely perfect, and I know the players are going to love playing on it. It's going to be a great place, you know, hold games here. And because of the way that field is set up, should be in great shape on a year-round basis. But yeah, we'll have people focused on making sure it stays that way.
When will the coaches and players, by the way, start moving in? Like that can't be too. Not that they're moving everything over, but locker rooms and whatnot. Like the things that they're dealing with. Like, is that all about done, or is that all pretty much done at this point too?
Not done. A lot of that's underway, though. As soon as we got that TCO, we were able to start moving some things in there. So from equipment perspective, I think we're getting closer to seeing how it's set up. But that's one of the really, to me, the remarkable pieces of that stadium. It's so advanced from a player perspective. Everything that they could possibly want over there, everything that's in our training facility is now in that stadium. The locker room's amazing. Everything back of house from an equipment perspective is great. The training areas are unbelievable. And then even having, you know, an indoor practice field, so if there's inclement weather and they want to get out there and throw the ball around under cover, they're able to do that. I think when people see that, they're going to really be blown away because you could not replicate anything like that in the old stadium. And now when these guys walk in there, they have a best-in-class facility that you could put on par with any stadium in the world.
Any update on the results of the wind confusion tests?
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. That's the way we looked at it, wind confusion. So, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, we had some pretty windy days, you know, this summer so far, and even in the last week. I was actually in that building when we were having those 40, 50-mile-an-hour gusts, and you could barely feel it on the field.
Yeah.
Some of it's directional and where it's coming from, but we actually have equipment in both buildings right now so that we can test. And it's typically 50% less in this building compared to the old building, and sometimes a lot less than that.
Pete, before we let you go, the World Cup obviously going on right now, and we had talked to Josie Altidore on the air before about limited partner with the Bills about potential soccer in the stadium at some point in the future. Is that something with the grass field that you envision being possible in the new stadium in the future?
Yeah, I mean, we really wanted to prepare for any events. I think you guys have heard us say it before. The vision from ownership is that this is a destination and not just for football games. So soccer probably would lean more towards friendlies, but we could definitely host soccer events in this building. You know, we're having conversations about the stadium series. We're talking to colleges about potential football games in the building. I mean, anything you could imagine that could potentially be held in a stadium, we're taking a look at because we would love to have it active as long as we possibly can. So, yeah, I mean, the short answer would be yes. It might be a little bit different than, you know, would traditionally be constructed for soccer, but we want to host as many events in that building as we possibly can.
And maybe still targeting the NFL draft, but you do have the NHL draft first up this week in a couple of days. So what is, what does that entail for you guys right now? Because it's 3 days away. The league, they've kind of changed what the draft is, but I know fans are able to get tickets. What kind of event are you expecting on Friday?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. As soon as the league went to that decentralized model, we started to think about whether that was something that we could host. We host a number of NHL events as it is. The league's really familiar with the market and with the building, and started having some dialogue around the NHL draft, and it came together really quickly, and we're really proud to be hosting that. I think people are sleeping on it a little bit because it's not like the NFL draft where you have hundreds of thousands of people descending on a market, but from a reputational perspective, Buffalo is going to be at center stage. This is an international broadcast. I think it's in over 220 countries and territories. And you're going to have that stadium or that arena high production because the NHL is going to come there and really build it out to their specs and be able to showcase the waterfront at the same time, have all these prospects here, have all these teams here, have all the agents here. It's a really big event from a visibility standpoint, and I think it's probably as good as anything we've ever done downtown. So really excited about it. A lot of work has gone into it from our staff. The NHL has been taking the lead on it. We're going to have a lot of surprises at that. I think people are going to really enjoy whether they come down, which the first night is basically sold out, but whether they watch it on TV, I think people are going to be really proud that we're hosting an event like this in Buffalo.
President Business Operations Pete Quelly of the Buffalo Bills. On the Sabres quickly, and then I have one more Bills thing before we let you go. On the Sabres, has the fever caught up with demand? I mean, I've heard some anecdotal stuff about how many tickets might have been sold, might be available, but how healthy is the franchise from a season ticket base right now?
Yeah, we're in a great spot. And honestly, it's just a testament to the fans, guys, like the way they responded to that run last year, unprecedented. I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen that kind of response. People come back as quickly as our fans came back. It's truly a hockey town. We have over 13,000 full season equivalents right now. We've tried to kind of cut off season ticket sales, and we're selling some partials, just trying to build up, that base and network of future customers, if you will. So we could not really be in a better spot. We're going to get off to a great start next year. That building's going to be rocking, and hopefully it's only going to move forward from there. But really, really happy with how things have turned out, over the last couple of years to be where we're at.
And last year, we spent a lot of time asking you all about upcoming jerseys, the rivalry uniforms. I don't know if there's any formal announcement. Is there another set coming next year? Are there going to be more jerseys in the future of the Buffalo Bills?
There's actually some uniform news for both teams coming out. Nothing I can disclose right now, but we've got something in the mix. That's kind of really been led by the National Hockey League for the Sabres, and there's some things we're working on with the Bills as well, and we haven't put our uniform schedule out as of yet. But, yeah, there's a couple things that are going to be happening this year for both teams, and, hopefully people will be really excited about.
All right, very good. Pete Quelly, president.
I know you guys are the uniform guys.
We like the laundry.
We got to. We've got a full ranking of all the World Cup uniforms. If you want that from us, who's good, who's bad, we got them all. Yeah. So.
I mean, we could use it for context in the future for any other designs.
Sure.
The one thing I've learned about going through this whole stadium process is this, design is so subjective. And our guys, Frank Cravata, John Polka, those guys did an amazing job. Every single aspect of this building was really well thought through. So if anyone comes up and ever says, "Hey, why did you do this? Why did that?" There's context behind that, and I think it's a proud moment for Terry and his family to see this vision come to life, for the team to be playing on that field, for Buffalo to secure the Bills for 30 years, and most importantly for the fans. They deserve a building like this. I think we have the best fans in the country, and now they're going to be walking to a facility that they can really be proud of.
Pete Quelly, president of business operations for the Buffalo Bills and Sabres. Pete, thanks for the time this morning, and enjoy today.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the design process and how many decisions they had to make. I could never do that. I stand in front of the paint swatches at the store, and I have to walk away. What color should we paint this room? Here are the 35 different versions of blue. I'm just this is not for me. I cannot do this.
Well, because half of them look the same.
Right. I can't do it. How should we do it? I don't know.
I actually believe some of them are the same. Big Paint just wants you to believe that they are different.
Think so?
Yeah.
New uniform stuff. The NHL thing we knew about. That's going to be
That's going to be like the...
What? It's not reverse retro. It's something else. It's just the same. And is the belief that the Sabres are going to go a blue and gold goat head? That's the belief?
Yes. That's what we've...
Crossover?
Yeah, heard about. What is the name of it? City Connect.
Oh, that's what baseball does.
Oh, City. Wait a minute. Sorry, City Connect Style. This is an article about it. Maybe they don't have an official name yet.
I think they.
But City Connect Style.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Here it is. Hometown Remix.
That's what it is.
Hometown Remix.
And people seem to think it's going to be the goat head in blue and gold.
Yeah, there was some speculation that maybe it would be navy blue, that they would have another navy blue uniform. But
And the Bills are going to have something. Fuel the speculation on that gray thing, the gray one.
Why don't we just switch? When the Bills wear Sabre uniforms and the Sabres wear Bill uniforms.
I don't want to go back to that era. I don't want anything to do with that.
That era? What era?
When this
Who did that?
When they wore Bills-related uniforms at the World Juniors.
Oh, Team USA did that.
Did not like that. I did not like when the Amerks wear their Bills uniforms.
The Amerks Bills uniform, the moose on it, those are cool.
Do not like.
Really?
Do not like.
For one time a year?
Nope, don't like it. Don't want it.
Why?
Just don't want it.
Interesting.
It's subjective, like Pete said. Subjective, Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number. Sal, give us a review when he walks through. We've got the World Cup of Joe coming up as well here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales. All right, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Sal coming up in a little bit, the World Cup of Joe. I'm also reminded, good thing happened to me on Father's Day. Lots of good things happened to me on Father's Day. But one of my buddies said his son was watching the golf and saw Tommy Fleetwood and said it was me. I was like, I'll take it.
I don't think you wanted that on Sunday. Did
Well,
you
'cause
see the pants he was wearing?
Okay, maybe
They were 10 times too big.
Okay,
Otherwise, that would be a compliment any other day.
I like Tommy
of his
Fleetwood's
life.
golf game.
You got to look at the pants.
I will confess.
You didn't see him?
I didn't see his
You
pants.
have to see
Should
his
I be?
pants.
Oh man, now I'm worried.
Oh my goodness!
See, I said this was a good thing, Joe. I was happy about this.
You should still be happy in general. Maybe you didn't get a good look at the pants.
Those pants ruled.
Oh, let's go!
Love those pants.
Yes.
Okay, so that's just back like oversized baggy pants that are over my shoes.
All in.
Oh, I would not be caught dead.
I'm all in.
Yeah, no way. All right, Sal reporting from the stadium. He's going to walk through it and give us his thoughts on it. Maybe be looking for some pictures online. The World Cup of Joe, the game that's sweeping the nation. Mm-hmm. It's all coming up here on WGR.
Blockbuster trade overnight in the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Giannis Antetokounmpo and Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat for 4 players. 3 first-round picks, including number 13 in Tuesday's NBA draft, 1 pick swap, and 1 second-round pick. Yesterday in the World Cup, Argentina, they beat Austria 2-0. France shut out Iraq 3-0. Norway beat Senegal 3-2. And Algeria beat Jordan 2-1. Today, Portugal plays Uzbekistan at 1 o'clock. England plays Ghana at 4. Panama plays Croatia at 7. And Colombia plays the Democratic Republic of Congo at 10. The Bills, they'll be holding a ribbon-cutting ceremony at Highmark Stadium this morning at 10 o'clock. President of Business Operations Pete Gwelly joined Jeremy and Joe in the previous segment. In case you missed that, you'll be able to find that on demand at WGR550.com. Around the NFL, Jets quarterback Geno Smith reportedly was investigated for allegations of assault. And the NHL draft just a few days away. Coverage of the NHL draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Who among us hasn't shelled peas? Makes it look like shelling peas.
Like shelling peas. You want the British guys on the broadcast. You're going to get that.
Ian Dark?
Ian Dark, yeah.
He's great.
Him and Landon Donovan were on the call.
Okay. He's great, Ian Dark.
I like the maybe it's the comfort of the Premier League. I want the accents in my play-by-play guys.
You don't like JP Della Camera the same way?
He
does
fine.
great, but he doesn't have
fine.
the accent. You're right.
I feel like it's, you know what it is? This is football announcers too. I don't like Joe Buck at all, but I feel like when I'm listening to Joe Buck, it's a big game. When I'm watching a game with Nance on it, I feel like it's a big game.
Yeah.
And I feel like in soccer, if I've got an accent on the play-by-play, or Ian Dark specifically, I feel like it's a big game. And if I'm listening to...
So it has to be Ian Dark?
If I'm listening to an American, like, no offense, but I feel like I'm watching the U.S. play Jamaica in the Gold Cup.
That's fair. Arlo White, Peter Drury.
Yeah, Peter Drury.
It's another great one.
Yes.
Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We've got the World Cup of Joe in a minute.
Yes.
On Holland, I'm sure you all have these in your life. I'm sure I've delivered some of them to you. A take that you simply cannot get over existing.
Mm-hmm.
I just cannot get over it. Last night, Colin Cowherd tweeted, Erling Haaland, who scored the 2 goals for Norway, is what Americans that don't like soccer think all our big athletes would play like if they chose the sport. I just can't get over how horrific that take is. He might be right that Americans that don't like soccer think that.
Yeah, that's...
It should be followed up with, that thought is, of course, ridiculous.
Right. Which is
absolutely...
It should be ... which is, of course,
Which
ridiculous.
is, of course, absurd. He's a generational talent in the sport. In that, like, his size and speed and dominance, and he's incredible. He's a different kind of player than Messi. He's a different kind of player than Ronaldo. He's a freak. And here's Cowherd being like, we think all our guys would look like that. Oh, yeah, you would just have 20 Erling Haalands on the field. No one reaches these people that cannot resist during the World Cup being like, I feel like George Kittle could have done that. No, probably not. Anyway.
LeBron is the one that always gets plugged into it more than anybody, right?
I can't get past it. I can't get over it.
Yeah.
I can't get over it.
Well, that comes with a belief that
you're the best.
We think the only reason we don't win the World Cups is because we don't care.
Right.
We don't care to win the World Cup.
Which is the
same
same as when the Winter Olympics show up every 4 years and someone says, like, oh, you think you could make the biathlon if you tried? And people are like, oh, yeah, I think I'd do it. I think I could medal in the biathlon. Like, there aren't billions of people trying to do all these things.
All right.
Could Terrell Bernard just be the best number 9 in the Premier League? No. Like, what? Anyway. Just can't even believe it. Americans think we just have a team full of Hollands. Someone tell them they're absolutely out of their brains. All right. England today in Boston. Should they get booed?
England and Boston.
England playing in Boston.
New England. It's their right, yeah. Well, they should probably get booed. Who are they playing?
Ghana.
I keep forgetting.
I don't think they should get booed.
I keep forgetting who's playing who.
Does somebody bring a sign about like the Tea Party? Just hold it up like just saying.
I think enough time has passed.
You sure? All right, fair enough.
250 250 years, literally. I think enough.
It's a while.
I think enough time has passed. They're not. We fought beside them enough times since then. I think to get over it a little bit.
So Elliot Friedman has something on the Leafs. Surrogate, he writes, this is from NHL Rumor Report yesterday or 2 days ago. Bobrovsky, don't forget, Anthony Stolarz won a Stanley Cup backing up Bobrovsky. Steven Lorentz was Bobrovsky's shooter. Wouldn't shock me if he ended up being their guy potentially.
Bobrovsky to the Leafs?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I don't have any interest in him if I'm the Sabres. And if I'm Toronto, I guess if I'm Toronto, it's fine. How expensive is he about to be, though? I shouldn't we be rooting for him to leave Florida? Don't we want them to be nowhere at the position?
Here's where
the Sabres are gonna have to go through them, and I don't want them to be a perfect team. And if Bobrovsky is back to what he was 2 years ago, they're pretty much a perfect team.
I was just gonna say though, isn't this the whole? You can't tell me. It's fine. Goalies are voodoo. It doesn't matter who you get, and then also say Florida won't be good because their goalies are nobodies. You can't have it both ways.
All right.
Where it's like, we'll be fine. We don't need a big goalie. You don't need a big goalie to be good. Okay, well, Florida doesn't have anybody.
I guess.
They're mortal.
But that's why I'm saying I think Bobrovsky is something above a nobody.
Sure.
Like I agree with you. I think if they just signed, like I'm looking at the free agent list right now, if they signed Cam Talbot and Connor Ingram to be their two goalies next year, that could go terribly or it could go great. We have no. It could really be either one. But I don't know, because of Bobrovsky doing it 2 years ago and 3 years ago and 4 years ago, like I would be a little bit more confident in him. Even though I know while saying that he had a horrendous year last year. Like Hellebuck last year, like all the advanced numbers, like he's really like middle of the pack. Last year was a down year for him. Bobrovsky was legitimately at the bottom.
Yeah,
like,
he was horrible.
Like Hellebuck was plus 25 goals saved above expected at Evolving Hockey last season, and Bobrovsky was in the minus. Like a massive gulf between the two. Like he had a truly horrible year.
I think Florida also though is, like you said, Joe. They're a borderline perfect team, and I don't love their actual players in their decor. The way that they play defense with Barkov and like all those guys up front that can all pitch in back there, they make it pretty easy at times for the goaltender. Like when they're at their best, it's not a hard place to play in net. And so, like, I'm looking at their roster right now. The goalie they have listed is Cooper Black, who I played against in the North American League. Like, they don't have anybody in that spot right now. And, like, I honestly think they could have that kid go in there and win some games for them next year. Because that's just, they are so stingy and so committed to the way they play, almost like Carolina to me. Like, in terms of just, these guys understand how they play, and it is what they do, and they defend hard. And Bobrovsky has been great, but I think he's also been in a place where it's comfortable to be that player. And so, I think that's a team that could think, listen, Carolina just did it with Bussy and Anderson. Like, I think we can probably make that work and spend the $10 million we've been spending on Bobrovsky somewhere else that'll help us even more.
Is it possible that the reason they don't want to trade Lundell for Hellebuck is because they need Lundell to trade for Werenski?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
Just thought of
It's
that.
stupid
While you were
sport.
talking, I thought.
Let's talk about
that.
countries and their goofy facts. It's more useful than
All right, I've got-
watching the Florida Panthers acquire Zach Werenski.
Yeah, I've got 8 countries playing today. All right, and I got a fact about all of them. You're going to match them up.
All right.
You mean Florida's not just going to sit here and say, like, let's wait for our young guys to percolate? Not going to do that?
No, I would assume they're not going
Fine.
to do
It's
that.
not doesn't have to be bad. The Sabres can do that. It's fine. I'm emotional.
Yeah.
I'm emotional.
All right, 8 countries. Ready?
Yeah.
Today's schedule, again, at 1, Portugal, Uzbekistan, 4 o'clock, England, Ghana, 7 o'clock, Panama, Croatia, 10 o'clock, Colombia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Those are
Okay.
your 8 countries.
All right. 8 facts.
8 facts. You match them up. Fact number 1. Home to the deepest river on Earth
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Love it.
at 720 feet.
Love that one. Great clue.
How much you want to bet I've watched a YouTube video about that?
I think it's very likely. I've got 2 guesses, but I think I've got a pretty good one.
Invented the necktie.
Love it.
Nice.
These are good clues.
These are.
Birthplace of the sandwich.
Okay.
Invented the sandwich.
Okay.
This country has an official list of approved baby names you must pick from.
Whoa.
Okay.
It's 80 pages long. All right, next up, the self-proclaimed melon capital of the world.
Self-proclaimed does some work there, because what if I do know who the actual melon capital of the world is? Anybody can.
They claim that it's them.
Okay.
Largest man-made lake in the world. This list was by surface area.
Okay.
Largest self-made lake in the world.
Thank you for the clarification, because I know the deepest lake.
Ah, perfect. Good.
Man-made.
Volume.
Let's go.
Yeah.
This country is home to a frog that waves to communicate.
Okay.
Okay.
A waving frog.
Yep.
And finally, this one's going to be a little bit of a mouthful because I don't want to tell you the name of the sport because I think that might give it away.
All right.
Okay.
This country's national sport, their national sport, is a sport where players throw metal pucks at a board to hit triangles that are filled with gunpowder.
Whoa.
That pop when impacted.
Whoa. Okay.
Metal puck game. Okay.
You don't want to tell us the name of the sport?
I think if I give you the name of the sport, it might give it away.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine.
It's too close to a name.
It's because I think the language will narrow it down too much.
Right.
Fair.
Understood.
Okay.
Could that be our hint?
It very well could be.
All right. You want my? I know the river.
Can I guess the river before you say it?
Absolutely.
It's going to be one of 2, I think, but you just correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
My first thought was Uzbekistan, just because double landlocked, there's probably a lot of mountains and glaciers and like deep cuts. And of course, like the Congo is another. Isn't there a book about
the Congo River?
Yeah, like I think the Congo would have been my guess, but you go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's the Congo.
Okay, the Congo.
The Congo River
Congo.
is
Yes.
the right answer.
Yeah.
720 feet deep at points.
That's a deep river.
What's the book I'm thinking of? It is Heart of Darkness.
Heart of Darkness. Yeah.
Yeah, by
It's
Joseph
about that
Conrad.
river.
Follows a sailor named Charlie Marlowe who recounts his harrowing journey as a steamship captain up the Congo River.
Okay.
Yeah, Heart of Darkness.
All right. Deepest river gone.
Okay.
1-0.
Name.
Hold on,
We
we should be
run
like
the
Joe
table.
Brady. Just tweet 1-0. 1-0. Okay. Got the deepest river.
Invented the necktie.
Ooh.
The frog that waves to communicate. That's going to be, I mean, listen, frogs live in rainforests.
Correct.
Yes.
That's going to be Panama,
Colombia.
Colombia, Ghana.
Could be.
Yeah. I lean Panama.
I like Panama or Colombia, I think.
I like.
Where is, let me look for the, yeah. Okay. Ooh. All right.
think
Hold on a
Colombia.
second. Panama, Colombia is going to be, if we're wrong, if it's one of those 2, we win either way. Because, yeah, confirmed. The Darien Gap is what I was thinking of. Dense rainforest that, wait a minute, it wouldn't be there because then it would live in both countries if it lived in the Darien Gap. Because frogs are not going to respect that border.
Frog. Yeah.
There's
come on. That checks out.
I'm sorry.
That frog does not care about your border in the Darien Gap.
No, it does not.
So that frog might cross.
Yeah.
So because of that, I feel like it won't be Colombia or Panama. They border. I'm at Ghana or Uzbekistan.
I had.
I mean, I guess it could be in England too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Is there a cartoon frog that waves in England that's based on the frog that waves?
No, it can't be England. I'll be so mad if it's
There is
England.
that one movie flushed away, but no.
Yes, great film. I think I like Panama.
But I'm coming off it.
You're coming
I
off
just
it?
don't think it would. These two countries border each other, and I was serious. Like the frog would go
Is this the only country with this frog?
home to a frog that waves to communicate.
It might be, and also the name of the country is in the title of the frog. So. I think it might.
Colombian
tree
hop
frog.
I think it might only be in the one country. I mean, I'm sure some of them have made it out, but primarily, yeah, it's one country.
I don't hate Colombia.
Have made it out. It's the Portuguese. I can't wait to find out the name of the frog.
I know.
The Portuguese hopping waver.
Good.
Boy, it's in the name of the frog.
The only country frog I can think of. I know Colombia's got a frog.
All right, let's do it.
Colombia's got a frog.
Yeah,
Colombia's got a frog.
Is it that frog?
It's not Colombia.
Is it not Panama either? Right?
It's Panama. The Panamanian golden frog.
I think that's a technicality.
So
you can't tell me
it's
that
not,
frog
but
is
it's not in the Darien Gap. It's in the western. Where is it?
Oh,
it's in a different part of Panama.
Respects that border.
Sure. I was thinking that because I went to Costa Rica and it's right by Panama, and it's the most diverse wildlife ever. And I was like, there's got to be this
The
frog.
Cordilleran cloud forest of west central Panama.
Okay, we got that one right. That's a win for us.
Panamanian golden frog. You did not get that.
I got that right.
You locked in Colombia.
I said Panama all the way, and then I said it probably couldn't be because of a border.
You said you were coming off of Panama.
And you're trying to tell me this frog has never been to Colombia. I don't think that's right. All right, next up.
Necktie,
sandwich, approved baby names.
Is England the necktie?
That feels right. Like it feels like it has to be, but I also that
be
could
Portugal
be
as
sort
well?
of a trick question, sort of a situation. Or it'll be like Croatia, and we're just
right.
buried.
Then we're totally off.
Sandwich. That feels like it should be something that one of us knows.
Feels like England did the sandwich.
You think England did the sandwich?
Yeah, like someone made
And
a cucumber
towns
sandwich
named
one
sandwich,
day.
aren't there?
Baked bean sandwich of some kind.
Town's name sandwich.
There's a town named Sandwich in Massachusetts.
It's got to be sandwich.
England sandwich.
Correct. 1762.
It was that or
John Mantigo, also nicknamed the fourth Earl of Sandwich.
Oh, of course. The Earl of Sandwich.
The place is named Sandwich.
What was the sandwich he
It was
created?
invented in Sandwich by the Earl of Sandwich, which is why it's called the sandwich.
Does it say what was on it? Contents.
He requested the
Egg
meat
salad.
tucked between two slices of bread. Doesn't say what kind of meat, no.
All right.
So standard.
Okay, necktie. Then
What was the
I
first
want to
sandwich?
transition.
Portugal, maybe for necktie.
Salt beef between two slices of toasted bread.
Salted beef.
Salted
Beef on weck.
Yeah.
All right, so we have left the necktie, approved baby names, self-proclaimed melon capital of the world, largest man-made lake, and the national sport is a sport where the player throws metal pucks at a board to hit triangles filled with gunpowder.
Yes.
Right.
I like how you said this is going to be a mouthful. I'm like,
Yes.
that's
Definitely.
that is.
Little bit.
Definitely.
All right, now he said if he said the name of it, it would give it
Right,
away.
because of the language.
Colombia. The guess is going to be Colombia.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
Tejo.
Tejo.
Tejo is the national sport of Colombia. It looks like, looking at it, cornhole, but
with
you're
gunpowder.
aiming for the triangles that then explode.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Extreme.
that's their national sport over soccer.
Listen, not for nothing. We're doing really well today.
We are.
This is a good run so far.
We're looking at, we got the Congo is the river, Colombia. Okay, so Croatia, Uzbekistan, Portugal, Ghana. Necktie, baby names, melon capital, large lake.
Okay, where could grow melons on this list consistently enough to
Ghana.
Portugal.
Portugal could do it.
Ghana
could.
could.
Do it. Is it too dry in Ghana? No.
Ghana, Portugal, Uzbekistan, Croatia. Melons.
Melon in Croatia.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think so.
Croatia is double landlocked, no?
I'm going to Google who actually produces the most melons so we can find out what country has been just lying to itself. The self-proclaimed melon capital of the world.
They're laying claim to it.
Approved baby names. Let's do approved baby names as Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan. I like Uzbekistan for that, too.
Incorrect.
Ghana?
Ghana?
Incorrect.
Oh, wow. It's Portugal or Croatia? It's got to be Croatia.
Incorrect.
It's Portugal that has approved baby names?
What?
They have an
wild.
official list you have to pick from.
What?
That's wild.
How long is that list, do we think?
80 pages.
Wow.
How many names on a page?
Don't know.
Okay, then I'm gonna think that Ghana is for the melons.
Mm-hmm. We'll circle back.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Hashtag circle back. Not Ghana, not Portugal. I mean, whatever.
I'm stunned.
Want it?
Yeah, what is it?
It's Uzbekistan.
For melons?
They call themselves the melon capital of the world.
Get out
That
of
cannot
town.
be.
Look it up. Look it up. Melon capital of the world, Uzbekistan.
Per capita, how much melon is produced out of Uzbekistan?
I think they probably do make a lot of melons. Maybe not the most, but... Listen, you try finding a bunch of interesting facts about Uzbekistan.
That's true.
I'm sure
No
there are
offense
some.
to Uzbekistan.
I've got France, Georgia.
1.5 million tons of melons.
No, look at that.
Australia.
Look at that.
In
That's
Uzbekistan.
a lot of melons.
I've got a lot of places trying to lay claim to melons here.
I feel like the U.S. is, all my rankings brought up states.
Right, me too. Georgia and, yeah.
All right, so we're just down to necktie and man-made lake.
Yes.
Okay, man-made lake.
Is Ghana.
Correct.
Yeah, necktie is Croatia.
Yes.
Some sort of water reservoir.
In the 1800s, 16th century.
In that case, Croatia should have a kit that has a necktie.
100%.
That's very true.
Right? We invented the necktie.
Yes.
Let's put a necktie on our kit.
I agree with that.
Absolutely should.
Although they already do have really good kits. But yeah, you could factor that in.
Yes.
It might be ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there that think that they have a collar on some of these jerseys is ridiculous.
They kind of have one now.
Yeah?
I mean, it's a white stripe all the way down the middle of the jersey.
All right.
And the rest of it is like the red-white checkerboard.
You're telling me to think of it like a necktie?
Yeah, I am.
Think
and
of
then
it
the
like a
blue,
necktie.
what? The blue jerseys have a blue stripe down the middle.
Oh, yeah. It's a necktie Easter egg.
Yeah, like that really.
They win the cup. They raise it and say, by the way, you didn't notice.
Yeah.
Look at these
Neckties.
Wow.
All right, another thrilling edition.
I mean, really, you could look at their logo, like the Croatian football logo, and say that they kind of have the tie going down the middle.
I guess if you're looking for neckties in everything, you'll find them.
I mean, it's just a lion.
That's a good
Although,
point. That's true.
Wait, I'm looking at the Croatia logo and
You think it could be on purpose?
it kind of looks like a medal, is what it looks like.
It looks like a metal or pocket square.
No, you're right. It's more metal.
All right. Well, thanks for a thrilling edition of the World Cup.
You started
show.
strong.
Yeah.
You were like the Spurs in that one.
I'm pretty happy about it.
Mm-hmm.
Heart of Darkness. I don't remember anything about the book. Yeah, somebody wrote it into it on the chat. One of those read it when you're in 12th grade books.
The Heart of Darkness?
Yeah. It was definitely on the list. I don't remember anything. I turned 47 this week.
47.
Famous 40s.
All-time 47.
Famous 47s. Is like a pitcher? Christian Benford.
Christian Benford's pretty good because it's not really a football number.
No.
For anybody. Right? Hockey.
It's going to be a pitcher.
I mean, next year you'll have Briere. But right now, who's a good 47?
Phil Foden wears it at Manchester City. Tom Glavine wore 47.
That's pretty good.
John Lynch.
That's good. It's a Hall of Famer, right?
Fun fact, Michael Irvin started his career wearing number 47 before he went to 88.
That can't be right.
Like maybe his first training camp. I don't know.
The Sabres have had 5 players wear 47. 4 of them in the last 20 years. Wouldn't expect to get Bill Holder in 1992 who only played Like 10 games.
Who
for
else
the
is
Sabres.
wearing 47?
I've got Alexander Radulov as the greatest NHL player to wear 47.
That's not a high bar.
Mel Blunt, John Lynch.
Your Sabres are Chris Thorburn.
Wasn't going to get it.
Zach Bogosian.
Okay, could have gotten that.
Of course.
Malcolm Subban.
Right.
No, was not going to get a goalie.
And James Reimer.
Was not going to get a goalie. Curtis
Bogosian would be your guy.
Curtis, no, it must be a different Curtis Brown.
Must be.
Kirby Jackson.
It's not a great number.
No.
Maybe it's the worst sports number.
Oh, there's worse.
47.
What's worse?
Most of the 60s.
Most of the 60s. You got the Hall of Fame linemen probably all over the 60s, though. At least
you might be right.
You have a
66
position that is adopted the 60s.
Yeah, you're right.
Nobody wants the 40s. The
in
running backs don't want the
60
40s. The defensive backs don't want the 40s.
Devon wore 40.
He did.
Okay, that's a good point.
Reggie
Yeah,
Gilliam, 41.
linebackers are starting to, like Tremaine Edmonds was 49, right?
Yeah.
All right. Good point.
Not a lot of
40s
hockey
becoming
40s,
more
though.
No, I mean Radulov's the best ever. I mean, we're not doing great.
Right.
Did you see the Norway celebration after they won?
No, I did not.
They hit the.
I saw the manager run up into the crowd.
They hit the
for his
drum.
wife, but
boom, boom. Erdegaard's on the drum, and they're doing the row. They do the row in the stands the whole time.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool. It does feel like they stole it from Iceland a little bit. Like Iceland does the,
I thought
the
Iceland
skull
does the-
chat, but they're doing the same kind of cadence. Whatever.
yeah, but rowing versus
You're right.
clap over the head. That's
I
fine.
know.
It's right. It's the same pace, but whatever.
I think this was after the game. Maybe it was before the game. Whatever. I can't remember a time I have hated a player more and then in 2 weeks liked him more than Erling Haaland. This is like,
Are you gonna have a problem hating him?
No, I'll get right back to it.
I mean,
I'll get
winning a title might help that a little bit. Hating him less.
You know what? You might be right. But like, he's also one of those things where he's friends with one of the guys you like. Like he likes Erdegaard. So like, okay, those two are tight. You kind of have to like him a little bit.
Well, are they just going to continue to be amazing forever? Also, like Pep's gone in City, but,
Yeah.
and they're going to get a penalty someday. I'm sure.
I'm just sitting here watching Holland, and I like him. Anyway, Sal on the other side, his review. He's been through the stadium. It's open, flushed. Wonder if he flushed a toilet, poured a beer. What did he do in there?
Start with that without context.
Yeah.
What he says.
Sal, did you flush a toilet in there? All right, we'll get Andrei Kirilenko. He wore 47.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah. All right, Jeremy and Joe back in a moment here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official sportsbook. Check in with Sal Capaccio. The ribbon-cutting ceremony at Highmark Stadium is at 10 a.m. this morning. He is already down at Highmark. Sal, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. So have you been through there yet, even though they cut the ribbon? What's the plan for today?
Yeah, so we actually had a media tour at 8 a.m. It was about an hour or so tour. So, you guys have done these sorts of things, but now this is the finished product, essentially, right? I mean, and it's pretty amazing when you walk through and you see and think about, 3 years ago, a big pile of dirt, whatever it was, that long ago. I remember a 50-yard line pole that was sitting right here in the parking lot, kind of where I'm standing in front of the stadium, and it really is truly impressive. So we got a tour of the stadium, and went through all the different areas, the suite area, the atrium, the field club area, down on the field, all those, charge bar, all that you could think of. And then after the ribbon cutting, those of us who cover the team on a daily basis, we are going to then do another separate tour to know like where the press box is, where to go on game day, all the operation that we need to know to do our jobs.
And your thoughts?
I mean, I was asked by a few people who are here who don't cover the team, they're more news in media, like to compare this to some of the venues on the road. And I have to be honest and say it's as nice, if not nicer, than any of those I've seen. I mean, there's parts of it that remind me of SoFi, for example, right? But I think the field and the football part of it is way better. SoFi is more of a space, a venue for an event center, but like some of the suites and the areas like that, it is as nice of a football stadium and venue that I've ever been in, to be quite honest with you. It's pretty incredible. One of the things I didn't know, I learned today, because you always learn new things, right? So we were inside and they had the music playing at what they called a 2 level. And it was like, okay, I'll say this, guys, for the first time, I actually mentioned to Frank Corvado, one of the lead people on the project. I said, you know, Frank, I finally, for the first time, feel like it's a Sunday game day. I'm standing down here. The music's playing. It's more of an empty stadium, and you feel like there's going to be people showing up to put on a game day today. Yeah. And he said, you know, the music's only at a 2 right now, and you could hear it really well. Later, they cranked it up, and it was Hell's Bells by AC/DC, and it was so loud but so awesome and perfect, right? No echo. And I made mention. So what I learned was if you're sitting in the 200 level under like the ribbons and stuff, and sometimes, you know, where you can get that echoey feel from that spot, right?
Yep.
There are 700 little speakers that are specifically designed for that specific area where you're sitting to time the sound up for how you should hear it perfectly without an echo.
Okay. When they cranked it up, did they go like all the way? Did you hear it all the way up, or was it?
I don't know. I'll say it was really loud, but it sounded great. There was no echo. And Frank told me that when they were inside the stadium, like not too long ago, they had it at a certain level. I don't remember exactly what it was. He said everybody's iWatch went off and said loud volume, loud volume. That's how loud it was.
Yeah, that's one where, like, I guess the music, you are able to tell that when I've been in their cell and like looked around, like the one thing you can try to envision but won't really know until you experience it is just what it's going to sound like when everybody's in their seats.
I agree. I mean, speaking of seats, like if you go down in the end zone where the charge bar is, the seats that are there are a little different than the seats around the rest of the stadium, which, you know, they're brand new seats and all that, but these are those really cushiony, like when you sit in a golf cart and go, oh, these are really nice golf cart seats, they're even better than those, like some of the nicest, cushiest seats I've ever sat inside a stadium.
Like airline seats, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, one of the media
nice
members.
Seats.
Yeah, I sat down and said, oh, my God, I could fall asleep here.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio joining us. Sal, concourses, have you walked concourses? Like, you know, they could host an event today if they really wanted to. Like, what is out there in terms of bathroom signage? Like, how ready, how complete does it look to you?
Good question. So right after our tour, I said to John Polka, I said, the bathrooms are working, I'm assuming. Right? He said, yeah, of course. I said, well, you know, where is a bathroom? I want to go and see a bathroom and use a bathroom. He said, here's here, and he was showing me inside, but we were actually on our way out. He said, Sal, if you go outside, he said, there's a bathroom right out to your left where we're going to use those bathrooms for the space, like when they open up for event space, like for game day, tailgating, whatever, when people walk in. So I got to kind of see that, and it was humongous. It was just huge. When you walk in, it's such a difference from what you're used to. So that's like, you know, bathroom signage. Yeah, there's definitely signage everywhere, but when you walk into the concourse, you guys know we've talked about the 360 feel. Like you could walk around the whole stadium and see the field. You definitely get a feel for that. One of the biggest things too is just like little things you don't think of until you really think of it. The concession stand areas and the space and the amount of space they have for food to walk in. You guys have been to these new arenas. When you walk into these, I'm not even calling them like kiosks. They're like extra, like almost like a big walk-in closet, but it's humongous, right? And you walk in, you can just kind of grab the food that you want, and there's a lot of space there for a lot of people, and you walk back out to your seat very easily. Like, all of that matters when you're walking through this stadium.
Yeah, that was something I remember experiencing for the first time, Sal, when I went to a soccer game in Nashville. They have like a brand new 40,000 seat soccer stadium, and it was how big and wide and open these concourses are. And that is something that I know fans will, like, of the biggest differences between the old stadium and the new one, like, there will be a ton of those. But I feel like that is going to be, like, near the top of the list for how different it is.
There is a lot of space when you walk in. And look, I mean, I'm here now without 60,000 people here, and I'm sure that's going to crowd those spaces a little bit more. But it's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot more room. And you know, I believe how it works. Like, even if you have a ticket, like somewhere else, if you want to go meet somebody at the charge bar and just kind of hang out there, like, you'll be able to do that. That's not the case in a lot of stadiums. I know that when my wife and son went to SoFi, when the Bills played the Rams, like, they had club level seats, but they couldn't go down. Like at Highmark, you can come down to the wall at the 100 level and say hi. You can't do that here. You're still be able to do that stuff. You can go around the stadium, and yeah, you're not going to go in the suites, right? If you don't have a ticket or the field club, but you'll be able to move around, which is really important, I think, for people to go and have that. And then you guys know we talked about the atrium where the suites connect, and I tell everybody this story, and it's really amazing and awesome, and really kind of gets me emotional to think about. But many, many years ago, when Terry and Kim bought the Buffalo Bills, Kim and I talked a lot about a new stadium, what it might look like, and it was years down the road. And Kim said to me one time, and this is, I don't know, had to be maybe 2017, 2018, somewhere in there. She goes, I don't know, Sal, why, if you're in a suite here at Highmark Stadium where they were the old one, and you're at like the 10-yard line and someone's on your same sideline at the other 10-yard line, why can't you just walk into a spot and go meet with them and hang out? They said, a new stadium, I want to have a space where all those suite holders, you can know each other, you can go and you hang out, you can, if there's a halftime or whatever. And that's what this is. And it's an amazing atrium space. And you can just go and hang out and there's lounge chairs and TVs and bars. And you don't have to be, if you don't want to go watch the game, if it's bad weather or it's a blowout or something like that, or halftime, you can go congregate with other people if you're in one of those tickets.
Yeah. Good thoughts for, like, people go to games to socialize. In addition to watching games, you want to socialize. You want to have your moments and ease of access to, the space that you're in.
Haven't you told a story? Wasn't there a baseball stadium that didn't let you walk around to other places?
Yeah, U.S. Cellular Field at the time, whatever the White Sox Stadium is called. I was not allowed to walk on the 100 level because I had a 500 level ticket.
That's ridiculous. Like, we went to Wrigley. I've been to Wrigley a couple times now. And I took Max last year when the Bills were out in Chicago. And, like, they are not like that. You could literally walk around, like, the bottom floor, walk around we could look inside where the dugout is. You could literally go to where the ivy is in the outfield where there's that garage door, and you could peek through. That's pretty cool. I mean, I love that experience, and that's what you should allow in these stadiums. Like I said, SoFi is not like that. They're very strict about where you can go. This will not be the same way, but, of course, you have a ticket to sit in certain areas. The field club is amazing. I think Jeremy and Joe, I think last time we were here maybe, we went down to that field club area where the players come out at halftime, and it was kind of just being done, and now it's done. Now it is beautiful, and you see the lighting and all those things they talked about, and it's awesome.
Did you get to see the Buffaloes on your way in?
I'm looking out there right now. I did see a buffalo as I walked over here. I saw one of them. Yes, it was off in the distance, so I can't tell you the exact size. So I couldn't tell the exact size from where I was. But yes, I see it now. There's one buffalo I'm looking at right now. I can't tell you the exact size, although it is on the platform and looks pretty big.
All right. And it's still just two? Well, one's on the platform, one's still off the platform, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I only see one unless one is smaller behind it or something like that.
Gotcha.
All right. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
All right, Sal's down there for the ribbon cutting ceremony, which starts at 10 o'clock today.
Emily Kaplan has some writing about Alex Tuck in the last couple of minutes.
Sense of talk?
We might an emergency sense of talk session.
Sense of talk?
Very quickly here.
Want to do it Nintendo Sports? Get on the other side?
Let's do it Nintendo Sports.
All right, come back with the sense of talk, the latest from Emily Kaplan next.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. We know what the best two words in sports are.
Calling of the sense of Tuck meter.
All right.
Emily Kaplan has the latest on Alex Tuck.
She says Tuck.
The most recent, when we last left the Tuck meter, it was we had ticked him towards maybe staying because the Sabres had, finger quotes here, circled back.
Correct. Now Emily Kaplan says Tuck is and remains in communication with the Buffalo Sabres. They have not bridged the gap on a new contract. And then she goes on to start talking about how getting the 8th year on a new contract is valuable to Tuck. If Buffalo doesn't get something done this week, it's reasonable to expect teams cutting the line, as Tampa did with Darren Radish. Given the low compensation costs, Toronto only had to give a 5th to get Radish from Tampa. Don't count out anyone. League-wide, it's believed the Seattle Kraken are willing to offer Tuck a massive contract, but they are not alone.
League-wide, it's believed Jason Botterill will do very dumb things.
More dumb
Not
things.
to say, like, signing Tuck is a dumb idea, but...
Like, well, I mean, if they're over 11, 12
everyone
million
expects him to do the most because,
it's
like,
at least desperate.
Who's the bad GM? That guy. All right, well...
She also, by the way, adds the Sabres are also seeing what they get back for Bo Byram. Byram has a lot of fans across the league, so that could be a splashy trade. And that she also goes on, the Connor Hellebuyck smoke is real. Ooh. Not with the Sabres, just in general.
That's right.
Liking this report.
Yes. Thank you, Emily Kaplan.
I mean, aside, Tuck, but...
Let me add to it. We speculated yesterday that maybe the Sabres circled back on Tuck once they found out Byram wasn't going to sign and got something done with Benson. I have reason to believe that the Benson thing is done, but they can't say anything.
Yeah, right. They got to wait.
So I think that thing might be ready to rock.
Yeah.
I think we should move Tuck back below the middle.
Oh.
I think that's probably right. I think we
a smidge below?
Yeah, we may have overreacted to circle back yesterday a little.
I was excited about circle back.
Now we're circling
wait.
back.
This report was they remain in touch.
Yeah, but there's
the whole thing is out of Tuck or in Tuck.
But now we're talking about deadlines to trade him for for a fourth-round pick.
Where does it stand right now? It sounds like they're in Tuck,
and Seattle's going to offer him.
And then if we get, we can drift him. But if he's not in Tuck now, then when the report is that they are in touch, what do we got? Is the meter broken?
Well, I'm not putting him all the way down. I'm putting him just a little bit.
You're one of these guys that says only 11 first-round grades in Tuck.
In Tuck.
I'm just saying.
I believe we should compromise then and put him right down the middle again.
Oh, okay. Wow. We're giving you the spiciest takes ever here. This new feature we got.
Right where we began.
A fancy way to say
we have no idea.
That's right. It's a fancy way to say, that's anybody's guess.
We've circled back.
Yes.
Putting him right in the middle.
All right, well.
We sure have.
We'll circle back later this week. All right, enjoy the World Cup today. I'm off the rest of the week. I've got my 100 holes. I'll call in.
We'll call you during the 100 holes.
Yeah,
you'll already be on the course.
Yes, and if you want to run a in Tuck, out of Tuck on Thursday, we could do that. So, yeah, tomorrow, kids moving up ceremony. Thursday, 100 holes. Friday, I'll be at the Celebration of Hope with Roswell, and hope to see many of you there. Bulldogs riding in the Peloton, the ride for Roswell this weekend also. You guys are playing tonight at Harbor Center, 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Get down, say hi to the fellas, heckle them.
11daypowerplay.com, search my name, Joe or Owen's name, and you can donate still.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Big day today, as I believe starting now, it is